Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we will be doing today is we'll be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. Prior to beginning, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to see those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin, most important question, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. Scale of 1 to 10. Let me know how you are feeling in today's energy. Loving the vibrant colors. Thank you so much, Sunshine. Good to see you today. Logan, thank you so much for those gifts. Oh, you're on the list already. Wonderful, Per. So good to see you, dear. And you'll have first spot. Grand Rising, Marie and Ginny, welcome for joining us. Good to see you today, Per. Hope you have a beautiful start to your day. Welcome, Allie and Patrice and Chubby Cheeks and Monica and Oscar and Rosa. Welcome, Claudia. How are you doing today, Glenn? I will stress for anyone who would like to get on the list for today, the list is going to be a bit shorter than typically. So if you would like to secure a spot on the list, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later. I also want to let you guys know that if you have information for me that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information related to, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Hold on a minute. All right, perfect. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Excellent. I was just confirming the list right now. There we go. Wonderful. All right. Hi there. And thank you as well, Sunshine. Today's a 9. I love a 9. That's wonderful. And thank you as well. Energy's an 8. Okay, we got some good numbers going on right now. We got some good numbers. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not surprised to see some of those good numbers that we're discussing right now, because I feel like it's like Cancerian energy to the rescue right now. Why am I saying that? Because we had a lot of planets in Gemini. You know, remember what I was describing it as? It was kind of like feeling like multi-ball. It can feel really exciting. It can feel really dynamic, but it can also feel, depending on how you navigate something like that, it can feel like you're trying to juggle a lot of things. Now, the bright side in relationality to what we've been experiencing, and I kind of mentioned the fact that this was going to be coming through in my Mystic Meditation article on the Sagittarius full moon. We had like almost like 3 different things happen all at once, right around the time that we had that Sagittarius full moon. We had Sagittarius full moon, and then we had Jupiter and Mercury move into Cancer. Almost at the same, like almost at the exact same time. I mean, you know, within hours of each other. And I like this because Jupiter and Mercury moving together into Cancer first of all, Jupiter wants to be in Cancer. It does a lot better in Cancer than it does in Gemini. But also, it's there's something I was describing, and this is why I love the energy of this recent full moon. Um, the ability to embrace the self in all of its facets. And and we're going to be talking a lot about the space of the ego now that we've got some planets in Cancer. It's like the precursor to Cancer season. Because the one thing that we recognize, and we were talking about in yesterday's reading, is we can learn a lot about a healthy ego by observing the journey of the crab. And why do I say that? Because, the thing that's beautiful about a crab is that the shell matches the inside, right? It's not a mollusk situation. It's not like something that crawls into something and hopes that it fits. The outside of the crab is just the hardened exoskeleton of what is within. It is the same throughout. But that process is often one that requires expansion, right? This is why we see the fact that that particular animal goes through a molting process. And I like to think about our egos in very much the same way. I feel like there's a lot of this misconception that a spiritual journey requires you to just chuck your ego out the window, and that nothing could be further from the case. You need that thing. Everything we're given is a gift, right? So long as we utilize it in a way that feels like it's effective. And when we are operating in a place that we are feeling strong in our ego, how do we identify that that is occurring? The ego, the outside, matches very much what we feel within, right? It is the harmony that we find between the shell of the self versus the part inside. And we learn a lot about this in Cancerian lessons, the idea that our vulnerability is not something that others demand, but something that is to be earned, right? That the trust that we build, we also learn a lot about trust as it comes to Cancerian lessons, because it talks about the preciousness of vulnerability. And as we continue to grow and evolve, so too do our egos. And this is why we talk about, sometimes you see like that spiritual fracturing that sometimes comes through when someone is going into a spiritual journey. It's often the articulation point of seeing and recognizing a moment where it feels like the ego doesn't match the internal self. So I love the fact that we saw Jupiter and Mercury moving into Cancer together, because it's very much about the harmony of the inside matching the outside. This is going to be having a major impact for a lot of new relationships that are coming into form right now. Because you'll recall that we spoke about the fact that a lot of these relationships that are coming into form right now are in magician energy. Why are we saying that they're magician energy? Because they're prioritizing authenticity above all. Working on the self, healing from the illusion of rejection, right? Working through the lesson that says that we operate in our majesty, the lesson that we took from Taurus season. If we know who we are and we like who we see, then that doesn't mean that we're perfect, but we're working on it. Then when we meet another person in that vibration, if they don't like that, I mean, it stinks, but it's not something that can be helped. We don't hold it against another, because we don't have control about the feelings that we experience or have within ourselves around another person. The only thing that we can effectively change is confusion, because confusion is something that can always be met with clarity. So we see that for a lot of these relationships, though, that are starting to take form, that there's been a lot of trepidation there. And the trepidation that we effectively have been seeing in some of these relationships is not the fact that the energy is not wanting to move towards each other with determination, but they're healing from situations wherein, what did we just talk about? The manifestation did not match the embodiment of the self articulating it. And we sometimes experience this. This is why we work on making sure and understanding that manifestations are not wishes, because they're not latent places. We don't just sit around and wait for something to occur. We embody the energy that is necessary in order to move us in alignment with what it is that we're seeking. So we see that is why we saw that some of these relationships were taking longer to form. They were letting Saturn do the work. Saturn transited during the midst of these relationships that are forming. And that ability, what did we see that was potentially the breakthrough in some of those relationships right now? Getting to know one another, taking the time to build that trust is the ability of recognizing and identifying whether the energy embodies what it is that they're articulating that they desire to manifest. And that's allowing for a lot of those energies to start to come into deeper connection, particularly and especially in the what we were identifying last week, which was speaking about discovering auric contradictions in each other. Now, what are auric contradictions? Those modalities or those moments that we carry a belief about ourselves that might not necessarily be positive, but that another person gave us, or something that we carried, we took on along the way that doesn't necessarily feel like it serves the self. And what's happening in some of those relationships is that ability to help dispel something about the self that one is carrying but is not true. This is what is helping them heal in a massive way. And you'll have to recognize that if these are relationships that we're seeking authenticity more than anything at the heart of partnership, working on healing from the illusion of rejection as they do so, and then in the midst of coming into connection and union with another, has someone that's already helping them clarify and see themselves with more clarity. This is leading to a lot of that boost of confidence and reassurance that is building into the trust and is allowing them to start to move towards each other more effectively. Now, for energy that's coming into divine union, we see that a lot of that energy coming into divine union right now was in high priestess, and it's moving into strength. I'm not surprised to see it moving into strength given the fact that we just had that Sagittarius full moon. And I've got a little bit of a different astrological approach when it comes to the tarot and astrology, so I often associate the strength card with Sagittarian energy. Why do we see that that energy is finding strength? Because they found peace. These were the chariot partnerships that formed from about the time that Mars stationed direct a few earlier this year up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune. For those energies, the understanding of the stability, the reliability, these are the chariot partnerships that prioritize reliability and counterpart above all. The smooth ground that we create for each other that allows us to go into the inner sanctum of the self. This is the energy that is finding peace like they've never found before, but they're also learning the hard lesson that healing is not linear, that it's one thing to find peace, it's another to be able to maintain peace. And that ability of understanding that the same lesson, all of those boundaries, all of those standards that they had to learn to make in order to facilitate connection, they're now working to take down, right? More of the same journey that we talked about with the Cancerian lesson, which is the fact that vulnerability is a gift. And the reason the people we care about become our exceptions is not because the rules change, because when we're operating the space of clarity, of and purpose, the higher self and the ego that are in alignment, it is the vulnerability that becomes the exception, because the vulnerability becomes a gift. It's not all that different from what we express on the outside, but the exception is from the same root term as excel. When someone excels to us, when we find the excellence of another, they earn the gift of our exception, because that is not a moment that we lose our standards for them, but we recognize that we can stop holding them because another person is holding them for us. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that this is energy that's moving out of justice into Wheel of Fortune. This is the maturation of a manifestation goal. Why are we seeing that there are manifestation goals that are maturing right now? Because just like we saw that molting effect, that transformational quality, the understanding that a relationship is not a place you go to stagnate. The one thing you will always find in relationship is change. When we're in healthy relationship, it feels transformative. It helps us to see ourselves with more clarity. When we're not in healthy relationship, it can feel like it distorts us. It can feel like it makes us lose our sense of self. But this is why we see that these are relationships, that there's been manifestation goals that they're approaching. This is why it's very common to begin to see the manifestation that changes before you even arrive to it. Because a good manifestation is not gimme energy. It's not stuff you grab at. It's the ability to see more. So what occurs as you move towards your manifestation? Your eyes open. You see more. And when you see more, you awaken to the possibilities around you. So this is why we see that those transformations may be expanding, because it's the observation that the relationship has grown to such an extent that they may feel like they were thinking too small when they first laid upon the manifestation. So we see that this is the fruition of the manifestation that leads to the expanding of the manifestation. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because again, with an energy like this, it is going to be different person to person. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. And if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. I will encourage you that the list today will be kept quite short. So if you would like to secure a spot on the list for today, I would strongly encourage you to get on sooner rather than later if you want to make sure that you are read for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. I can give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. We do here angelic guidance, highest priority messages from spirit, life path readings, we do mediumship readings, angelic guidance readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings. You can find the full list over on my place, the place where we keep over on my tree that has links in it. Hi there, TD. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments before we continue. Hi there, Allie. Good to see you today. Welcome, Robert. Grand Rising. Looking forward to our reading. Hi there, Marisol. I got you on the list. And guys, make sure you're recharging your heart me's today if you would like to have an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card readings if you are a subscriber. Oh, and thank you for the compliment, Sunshine. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising, Navy, Ty. Hi there as well, Purr. Some bushes and hydrangeas, lots of flowers in pots. I like it. Kimmy, thank you for the follow. Oh, welcome from Australia. It's late there. How you doing? How are you doing today, Elena? Thank you so much for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. You used to have a cat named Strega. I also have a cat named Strega. She's here somewhere. I love that. Flowers always make me happy. I know they are beautiful. Your cards are Italian old school. I love that. Yeah, I use the I typically read from the Smith Wade deck. I also teach from the Smith Wade deck. I can't, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean? I did get a new deck recently though. I got a new deck here. I've wanted this one for a while. I got the Tarot of the Divine Tarot. It's really beautiful. I've got so many decks. Yes. Not a big fan of grooming. Enjoy this site. Oh, you mean the flowers? That's fair. Yeah, I'm the same. You guys, I do not have a green thumb. I've got too much fire in my chart. I feel like plants see me and they're like, ah! Like, no. My friend though, Juliet, she wrote a book on it. Juliet Diaz. She is plant queen extraordinaire. Yes, that's right. It is that's what it means. Good to see you, Elena. I think I have a lesson or message from a past life trying to get my attention. Well, if you want to get on the list, we do a lot of work in terms of trying to understand the connections between the past life into this one. So I will point out, if you have information that you would like to share with me that's necessary for our reading, for instance, if you have a past life that you would like information on, or if you have a dream you would like interpreted, you can include all of those notes in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. I just posted this advice on Facebook. Oh, cool. I love this divine connection. I am where I'm supposed to be. Tap to claim. And Angelic, thank you for the follow, dear. And thank you for the heart me's. Oh, we got Sag energy here. This energy, I feel like, is going to feel pretty good for Sag right now. I think it's going to feel pretty good for Cancers. The one thing we have to be conscientious of, and we were talking about that with that full moon, is that the difficulty with having the energy in Sag and Cancer at the same time is it can bring up some avoidant behavior. Because when Cancers feel triggered, like they like to shutter their doors. when Sages feel trigger, boom, they want to run. Like, look how fast they can go. So working on like navigating discomfort, allowing oneself to remain through an uncomfortable situation that often allows the gift of clarity of perspective. Thank you as well, Devin, for the follow. And thank you, Illuminance, for the hearts. Yep, exactly. Hi there, Liz. Thank you for the compliment, Chandler. And thank you, Illuminance, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you, Liz, for those heart me's. Animal spirit guides want to know mine. I'm happy to read for you on that, dear, if you'd like to get on the list. It's definitely something that we read for here. And thank you, Tijana, for sharing the live, what it's called. And I like to point this out. The way we do the animal spirit guide readings here might be a little different how others do them. What I basically read for is the animal energy that you're effectively needing and requiring to embody during this time on your journey, right? It talks a lot about the fact of like moving in accordance with that energetic state. Hi there, Jay. What's what called? Illuminance. Hello to you and to hello broadcasting. Oh, welcome from Washington. How are you doing today? Can I have a card? We do one cards, Ivan, for subscribers, and we do them once we finish the personal readings. We're about to get started on the daily collective. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'd be more than happy to pull a card for you when we reach that moment. And Victoria, thank you for sharing the live. Your friend, oh, your friend's book. I get that. Yes, that's what we should call it. Yes, that is what we should call it here. Because here's the thing: the apps don't like when you talk about other apps. They get very jealous. Okay, they don't like to hear their names in each other's houses. So we refer to them in other ways. So that's why, again, just put the initial of the other app if we're talking about it, or do what Illuminance is doing, calling it your friend's book, things like that. Okay. Hi there, Kin. How are you doing today? Welcome, official. How are you doing? I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. A couple of updates before we move into our daily collective. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our class earlier this week on the temperance card. I could have gone on for another hour. There's so much to go over with that card. I did my best to keep it within an hour. If you missed the class itself, the course materials and the recording are now available to paid subscribers to my Substack. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the devil card. We're going to talk about the history of the card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to walk you guys through spread applications, how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be providing you a unique spread to help you learn and channel the messages of that card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Class Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but I will tell you, if you wanted to catch up, now's the time to join, because if you become a monthly subscriber, you've got access to 9 hours worth of material. If you become a founding member, you have access to 15 hours worth of material. Great time to join. You could do like 3 or 4 classes a week leading up to the next class. You'd be all caught up just in time. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access into the entire Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me if you choose to receive one, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best effect towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding member or a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to any new articles I publish. I also publish mystic meditation articles there, which will give you a recap on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards in article format. You'll also have access to my weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events and my online live schedule. And I want to let you know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few moments. If you guys could do me, if you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just a reminder, the list will be very short today. So if you would like to secure a spot on the list, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later. Right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're also going to be doing a free reading and also when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to share these messages. The other giveaway we're doing is we'll be doing a reading right now for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So wishing you a lot of luck if you're participating in that one as well. Alexandra, you are absolutely on the list for today, dear. Good to see you, and thank you. Rosemary, thank you for the follow. You're number 2 right now, Alexandra. Nicole, thank you for the follow. Laura, thank you for the follow. Good to see you today, Adam. Thank you for those gifts. Grand Rising Doris. All right. And thank you so much for sharing the live as well, Victoria. Pisces in the house. We like it. As I mentioned, guys, if you could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Sunday, June 15th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we're starting our day off with today. Woo! I like it. Whoa. Yeah, that's some Sag energy. We've got here our Queen of Wands in its upright in combination with the Moon card in its reversal. We're going to talk about it. It's unabashed energy. It's unabashed energy. And I like it too because, the thing that we keep on seeing is, I feel like the beautiful thing about this is almost like what I would define energetically in relationality to Sag and Cancer energy, like coming together, as it were. And it's interesting because I see a lot of similarities between Sagittarian energy and Cancerian energy. And I know that's going to sound a little odd, because I know that most individuals would not um, would not associate Cancerian energy and Sagittarian energy in proximity. But you have to understand, there's a lot for us to learn. The similarity between a Sagittarian and a Cancerian has to do with working in the context of holding the self preciously. There's a lot to be learned there. That is the unifying thread between those two energetic astrological signs. Now, for Sagittarians, this is why we see that Sagittarians are often unabashed, right? It is the radiant delight of embracing the self, right? It is standing in the space of appreciating those parts, right? This is why I always like to feel, I always feel like the anthem of Sagittarians are like, I'm cringe but I'm free, right? Because it's that space that feels a lot of that openness. Cancerians are very similar in that way, but Cancerians, and in that way, this is how Sagittarians hold themselves preciously. For Cancerian energy, a lot of that has to do with the ability of being very, like, utilizing, like the vulnerability. Cancers come here knowing that their vulnerability is a gift, right? It is not something that others can demand from them. It is the vulnerability that is the rare jewel. It is the ability to, and this is why sometimes, we see the fact that Cancerians like have a lot of walls up at times, right? Because Cancerians hold themselves preciously because they feel that access to the self is a gift. It's not. It's not a condition. It's not something that they need to worry. Like, you can't. There's no Cancer on the planet that you can try to convince and say, you owe me your vulnerability. Like, Cancers will be like, I don't owe you a thing. Like, I don't owe you anything. Like, good luck. Good luck finding a Cancer and telling them that they have to be vulnerable with you. Like, just see how fast. Like, see how fast, like that. Let's just see how that works for you. Let's see how that works for you. But this is why, there's something really important that we see right now. I want to point out, you'll remember that when we I want to, like, take you back into the Wayback Machine when we talked about a lot of the vibration of coming into this year. And I think you'll remember that I said that, like, a lot of the theme that we were going to see this year was like honoring your no, right? And this is what I'm talking about with it. This is that type of energy. Because, like, here's the thing about it. With that Sagittarian full moon, I keep on hearing the gift, the beauty and the gift of us being energetically unabashed is that it is something that we give to others as well. It is that space or that place wherein we're able to identify and recognize what it feels like to be energetically open in that way. And so I just keep on seeing that, like, a lot of this energy, I keep on hearing it feels like flourishing, because it is flourishing the space of being energetically unabashed. And when we do so, right, when we are energetically unabashed, it allows others to feel comfortable in their energetic authenticity as well. Like, that is what is so beautiful about the journey of embracing the self. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, that is potentially, and I feel like the healing that's coming through, it's a little bittersweet, because I feel like a lot of it is working into, and this is also what we're seeing with Gemini coming out of Gemini season, that every part of us is the gift. And when we're doing that work effectively, we are able to embrace ourselves more fully. Center card for today's spread is we have here our Emperor card in its reversal. Now, I like this energy, and I want to point out we've been seeing a lot of this Emperor energy in this state over the last few days. It was here, it was here yesterday. It was in our spread. It was almost in the same exact position. It was lower. It was lower in the deck itself, and we find it here. And then the day before that, it was in its the day before that, it was actually in its transverse. So I like to point this out too. For relationships, we look for counterparts. We look for counterparts, and counterparts don't necessarily have to be in the same exact frequency all the time. That's why they are called counterparts. They connect, right? They are able to find that energetic connection point. So what we're effectively seeing is we've got here our Queen of Wands in its upright. We've got our Emperor in its reversal. And what do we have between them? Moon in its reversal. So that's clarity. So this is beautiful energy, because this is, as I said, the building of the trust that is occurring for a lot of these new relationships that are coming together at this time. This is continuing to be the culmination of a lot of these magician partnerships, and the ability of doing so. It feels different for masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Now, what does it feel like for feminine, right? This is the difficulty point that we see with feminine energy. Feminine energy that's holding their energetic standards, right? This is the feminine energy that does so. And I love the Queen of Wands because it talks about, right? Like we see the fact that we see this Queen of Wands bearing a wand, but they're bearing a wand because they're holding something precious, right? It is the appreciation of the self, right? The ability to be strong in the self. It is the confidence within the self that allows, right, the ability to be able to articulate upon the needs that are expressed in a way that there isn't something that it's like I gotta I love the Queen of Wands because I love the fact that the Queen of Wands to a certain extent is like, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal. Because even in this space, you ever notice, like, that's what we mean with unabashedness, right? It's not a big deal because it's that easement point as it relates to navigating our own difficulty. I always love to point out we've got that little dark cat here, but that's the thing about it. It's not a big deal because this is talking about the ability of doing shadow work effectively in a way that one has the full context of the self. One knows all of the parts of the self. So we see even here that this is how masculine sees feminine, that not only is able to express the desire that they're seeking in manifestation, but they have the strength of purpose, right? The energetic standards in order to move in accordance to it, right? Like that's why their hands are full. They got both. They got both. You know, like and we like this because, you know, especially with the Queen of Wands, we have that conversation, which again, the fact that the Queen of Wands holds both either a flower or a stick, like it talks about the fact that the energy itself utilizes prudence to understand, like this is the embodiment of feminine. Says you get what you get, what you get, and you don't get upset because this is the energy that understands that their weakness is not a condition, that their vulnerability is a gift, and they don't need to be necessarily vulnerable to anyone. And that's why we see like that's like, I love the fact that it seems like if someone tried to go to reach the Queen of Wands flower, she's gonna pop them with it. She's gonna pop them with that wand. You know, just no, right? It's like you know, it's a little bit of but that's the thing about it. It isn't the embodiment of being always hard all the time, right? It's not the embodiment of just being like to everybody. it is the sweet and salty. It is the gentleness, but also with the resilience that we often find for those who understand that they hold themselves energetically preciously, right? Like the Queen of Wands teaches us that we're not cake. Not everybody deserves a slice. Masculine, and this is why the masculine sees the feminine that is in their authenticity, embraces all parts of themselves, isn't working into the space of trying to fit a mold. They're working into a space of being exquisite, and they become energetically exquisite to the masculine, which is, again, that's why we also talk about the fact that the Queen of Wands, isn't worried about being everyone's cup of tea, because they're a specialty. That brings us to our Emperor card in its reversal. For the Emperor, this is the beauty of the Emperor, because we talk about the beautiful ego as one that you don't feel like you have to carry around all the time. You can't get rid of your ego. It's always there. It's almost worse when you try to say that you don't have one, because then you're like, it's like, what are you talking what are you talking about? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. It's the observation of it, right? It's the ability of understanding that it's not perfect. It's the moment, it's the ability to assess the self that the ego starts to heal, because it's like working into that space or working into that place where, when we recognize and identify that a lot of that work we do, it allows for that expansion point, right? And this is why we see, right, like, I want to show you like what these partnerships look like coming into form right now. This is the feminine that, again, doesn't say like take it or leave it, but says like, if I know what I'm doing, if I know who I am and I like what I do and I know what I'm working on, then we don't arrive in the condition of trying to please another. We just recognize whether like there's an energetic connection here. So there's like a lot of that quality that's happening here about the masculine seeing a feminine that articulates their manifestation, but also has the strength of discernment to move towards it, right? We see here the masculine, the feminine sees the masculine that says like talking through their feelings, going through the like opening up about things, and both of these energies, what happens between them? They become energetic counterparts. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. The masculine starts to enter into a relationship where they feel that they're safe to be able to express from a point of their vulnerability. And the feminine feels energetically supported to start to trust the masculine that isn't, I keep on hearing, isn't just putting on a front in terms of who they are, but is actually like the same outside as within. This brings us to, and what is allowing what's happening between them. Clear mirror, clarity of intention, the ability to feel seen, and the ability to see in kind. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread for today are, we've got here our Hanged Man in combination with our 9 of Swords in its upright. It's not that everything's perfect. Far from it is what we see, right? There's a lot of that energy that we're identifying that is working through the energetic frustration point, right? And I love this right now, because I want to tell you, remember when I said that something that's happening right now for the energy coming into partnership, and I want to say, or energy right now doing this work in separation, because this could be recognized internally or externally, right? What is as they start to build into healthy relationship with someone that truly sees them, but also says, I see you like, I see you as a work in progress, and there's something really beautiful on what I'm seeing there. They're letting go of unhealthy thought forms. I told you, they're already clearing and dispelling something about the self that isn't true, or something. And I keep on hearing one of 2 different modalities that has effectively occurred. What are the 2 different modalities that have effectively occurred? These are either situations or scenarios where someone set themselves on the task of healing something that they felt was acting as a barrier towards what it is that they were trying to manifest. And they've come so far that something that they've articulated about themselves, another person is dispelling, because they're saying, I know you keep on saying that, but I'm just not seeing any evidence of it in you, which is the ability to recognize that how much one has healed, right? The path of transformation that feels like the energetic clearing point, because another person dispels something unhealthy that you think about yourself that is no longer true of the self, articulating the fact that you've successfully healed from it, or you're doing a great job doing so. Or these are relationships that are understanding the devastating consequences of being in unhealthy partnership. Because what are one of the devastating consequences of being in an unhealthy partnership? That when we are in an unhealthy place, sometimes we have to imbibe things about ourselves that are not true in order to be able to maintain an unhealthy connection. And this is often how trauma gets within us, right? Because sometimes it's the fact, it is the lies about the self that one has to imbibe when one is in an unhealthy space that sometimes take a lifetime to clear. This is why we talk about trauma, because once we allow that energy within us, right? When we let something when we internalize another person's trauma, it becomes the blame of the self. It becomes the doubt of the self, because that's the thing about it. Like if you have to be in a bad relationship, you have to eat bad bread, right? Because that is what it takes. Because better to identify that there's something wrong within, something that you can change, something that you can work on, than to accept the situation for what it is that would require you to move away from it. So this is why we talk about the fact that some healing, we can't heal in a place of trauma. Sometimes we have to move away from the thing that's energetically hurting us, because in those modalities, in those moments, what do we see as we begin to heal? We can see the things that we could not see before because we were too close to them. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, working through that, it feels so painful. It feels so difficult. It feels so rigorous, because that's a lot of the work that we see that the energy is doing in understanding something that is within, that is sometimes hard to get rid of. We're seeing this a lot right now, particularly for energy that's coming into divine union. Why are we seeing this for energy coming into divine union right now? Because you'll remember, these are those chariot partnerships that came together from between the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune a few weeks ago, or about a month ago. Now, for a lot of those relationships, that same ability of understanding that it's one thing to find peace, right? It's one thing to find the peaceful relationship. It's an entirely different thing to maintain it. This is often why we see energy that starts to move into healing and comes back out into separation, because it takes that mutual determination point in the resolve, the commitment it takes in order to create and maintain and sustain that peace. And what does it often take to sustain the peace that we find in partnership? It requires us, it's not like you find the perfect partnership and, oh, poof, it was great, all the trauma just disappeared. That's like what he's talking. It doesn't work that way, right? It's something we carry with us, but we work to perpetually dispel, right? When those unhealthy thought forms come up, when those doubts and fears come crawling out of the woodwork, right? We move them aside. We allow for that sense of clarity and the observation, and I think that I think we really have to work on this. I feel like there's a misconception that when you move onto a spiritual path, like all your problems are going to go away. They don't. They don't. They don't go anywhere. It's how you navigate them. It's how you face them, right? This is why we talk about the fact that the healthy spiritual journey is one that we become warriors within. Because it's not like the energy, it's not like, oh, great, it's so nice, I found something, poof, all the problems just vanished, right? The problems are still there. The trauma is still there. It's how we meet it, right? It's how we arrive to it. It's how we choose to set upon that field of battle within ourselves. And so that's why we talk about the fact that like, that's why we talk about the fact that the healthy spiritual journey is one where we effectively become warriors, because it's not like we say, oh, it's great, I found this perfect place, all my problems went away. It's like we say, I became strong enough in order to face them. I found what one I needed in order to meet that and to be able to push through it. And so that's why we see that a lot of this energy coming into union right now is working on strength, because it's one thing to find it, it's another place to meet it. And this is the energy that is putting that force of will in allowing the trauma to be behind them, because they're not arriving to situations the way that they felt that they had to. And this is the painful experience that we have with trauma, right? The same thing that helped you survive is the thing you spend the rest of your life trying to heal from, right? This is often what we talk about those journeys, right? It's not about, this is why we talk about the fact that a healing journey is not linear. It's not about embodying a certain modality each and every moment. It's recognizing how to arrive to your own journey. And that's why we see the energies working through the frustration of saying the standards, the very same thing, the same boundaries, right? All that strength it took, we then start to work become easy and gentle in our relationships, because this is when we become exceptional to each other. Because when we excel, we don't lose our standards. We start to become more vulnerable when we recognize that another whole person holding our standards as we would our own. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Wands in combination with our Moon card in its reversal. We've got here our Ace of Swords in its reversal. I told you, there's that working towards peace. There's that determination, right? The strength it takes to be able to maintain an energetic peace within the self and around the self. So for energy that's deep within divine union, this is, I keep on hearing, the reshaping of the manifestation. Okay, you're coming out. Sorry, what is the reshaping of the manifestation? Well, the reshaping of the manifestation is effectively those moments or those experiences. I kept on telling you that the energy deep within divine union right now is coming from judgment into wheel of fortune, right? And the beauty of a healthy manifestation is we see things that we couldn't see before. We arrive to the possibilities. It's the moment, those modalities, that we move further on our path, and the further we go, the more that we see. And this is why we talk about the fact that the difference between a wish is gimme energy. Gimme it. It's not gimme. It's helping to be seen. It's helping to see more. The manifestation, that as we approach, much like a journey, right? It's like the possibilities that open up and arrive to us. So that's why I keep on hearing there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that is effectively energetically reshaping their manifestations. Does that mean that they're departing from their manifestations entirely? No. But this is what we do in the healthy connection, because I told you this is all that Cancerian energy, because the Cancerian energy is such that we see that when we think of, again, like the same way we think about the ego, right? The ego that feels like, the healthy ego that feels like it's very much in proximity with our higher self, right? The armor, the shell that fits us, if you will. So too do our dreams change, because when we have those dreams, like, this is why our dreams grow, right? The dreams that you have as a child aren't the same dreams that you have now, because as we expand, so too do our dreams. So that's why I keep on hearing there's a lot of this energy that is reshaping their dreams. Mercury and Jupiter entering into Cancer, right? And what are the energies deep within divine union probably saying? Was thinking too small. Thinking too small. Because I love Mercury and Jupiter going into Cancer together, because like the small one with the big one. It's like, so I can see it's a lot of that, the ability of the expansion point of the dream that allows for the opening of possibilities, right? Continuing to get clarification, we already have the card out. It tumbled out when I was doing when I was talking about the Ace of Swords and its reversal. Clarification between our Moon card and our Emperor in its reversal. We've got here our Eight of Swords in its transverse. Now, What are we seeing in relationality to what are we seeing in relationality to a lot of the energy and separation? Remember how I said that some of these partnerships were taking more time to come together energetically. They were pacing themselves, as it were. They were building into that. Why is this energy starting to feel the sense of being able to open up more to one another? Because they've allowed Saturn to do the work, right? They're building into that space of energetic reliability. They're seeing that parallel, and this is what the healthy relationship is. Because, and this is why we talk about the fact that vulnerability is a gift, right? Because there is energy that is fickle in the process of their manifestation goals. And this is why we were talking about the fact that, this is why we were also talking about the fact that, um, a lot of the work that we talked about when we're still in Gemini season. Bear in mind, we're still in Gemini season. We're just getting very close to Cancer season now, and it's feeling very Cancerian in here because we got two planets that moved into Cancer, right? But we talk a lot about the difference between pragmatism and fickleness. Now, what is the difference between pragmatism and fickleness? Pragmatism is something that is energetically necessary as we move towards a manifestation goal, right? Because we talk about the fact, like, you have to understand this. We talk about the fact that when we're moving towards a healthy manifestation, we see more. Okay, we see more. So when we see more, right? We sometimes see a possibility that we hadn't recognized, right? We see something that we hadn't considered, right? It is the arrival point in being able, and this is why it's important that we don't like, it's why it's important that we aren't very like too hard-headed when it comes to moving in a certain direction as it relates to our manifestations. Because if we say like, I'm going to do it exactly like this, but then you like start moving and you see things you couldn't see before and you're like, no, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's like, it doesn't, I mean, you can do it that way, but like, like this can be like difficult. It requires, like, it's the elasticity of being able to be pragmatic that says, oh, I didn't consider there's a different way of doing something, right? We often open our eyes to the possibilities that we arrive to. And that's what we talk about with pragmatism. It's the ability to be adaptable, like as we move towards a particular manifestation goal. Now, what is fickle? Fickle is changing, is often articulated for changing for the sake of change. Fickleness can often, the thing with the difficulty point you have to remember is change is not a manifestation goal. Change is an action, it's not a manifestation goal. That is why we have to be careful in relationality to whether we're being pragmatic and fickle, because often fickleness is articulated as a desire for change, but is really hiding behind it a lack of an ability to stay rigorous, right? So this is why we see that so much of the energy that was coming into union right now was letting Saturn do the work as it relates to being able to build a point of trust with another. This is why our vulnerability is a gift. We don't just hand it out to anybody who comes around, because that ability of doing so, right? The differentiation point between the ability to articulate a manifestation, which is easy. Anybody can articulate a manifestation. It takes something entirely different in order to embody it. This is why we see that this energy is coming to trust one another, because they're coming to know one another, and they feel, they don't see that duplicity that we sometimes see in someone whose ego does not match the internal self. They see, right? This is the beauty of the work of Cancer that says when we're in a place of alignment, our ego does not feel completely different from what we are internally. It's pretty much the same the whole way down. It's like just more of that. It's just more of that. It's just more of that. It's like, and that's why, again, work on the self. The best thing we can do, to come into partnership is work on the self. Because when we work into the healthy self, when we come into a space that we're good with ourselves, we don't shock the energy that we come into union with when they meet the energetic ego, and then they get to know us and they're like, who was that person? Like, who is that person? A completely different person. I don't know who that person is. And this is why, because again, we come into relationship to transform. We come into relationship to change. If you do not want to change, don't enter relationship. It is a place where change is all we do. But when we're in a healthy relationship, it feels like we are flourishing. It feels like we are expanding. It feels like we are transforming, right? We anticipate with delight what that journey is. But when we're in an unhealthy relationship, it feels like we're distorting. It feels like we're contorting. It feels like we're changing in ways that we're not necessarily eager to do, right? It can feel a lot like that vibration that feels like that pain point, if you will, that can feel so difficult or feel so energetically devastating. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, being able to facilitate and recognize the shape of that, being able to see, and this is what I keep on seeing is such a relief. This is the energy that almost is coming into union, and they cannot, like, I keep on seeing that the energy is saying, like, I want you to see how beautiful this transition is. The hardest thing it took, they thought that the hardest thing that they were ever going to do was to have the standards to find the right energetic connection. But no, no, no. It's easy. Like, becoming strong is one thing, but the difference between weakness and vulnerability is weakness is non-conditional. You just, if you're weak, you're just vulnerable, right? But when you're strong, like you're not vulnerable if you're weak. You're just energetically weak. Vulnerability occurs when you are strong and you choose to put yourself into that space of vulnerability. And so that's why we see that this is a lot of energy that is healing the heart of intimacy. They're doing that work they're doing that inner child healing. Because often the reason that the inner child healing that we do with one another is exceptional is because the ability to feel the space of being vulnerable is not one that you just surrender or abandon your standards in order to move towards it. It is feeling the sanctuary of a relationship that allows you to be vulnerable because another person holds your standards as if they would their own. It is the sanctuary of self that expands within the relationship. It is exceptional to it. It's not exclusive of it. Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor card in its reversal in combination with our Hangman in its upright. We've got here our Lovers card. I love it. I love the Lovers card. I love the Lovers card. We've got here our Lovers card. And I think that that's very beautiful because what we're effectively seeing with the Lovers card is a lot of this work that we're identifying and recognizing as it relates to the integration of self. And this is why I keep on seeing that there's something really lovely that's happening right now as it relates to the energy deep within divine union and the reshaping of the manifestation goal. Because we heard just as we grow, right? Just as we grow, I want you to think about like when you grow, right? What happens as you grow? You raise, and as you raise, you can see things that you couldn't see before. So that ability of doing so, right? That arriving to something that changes one's perspective. And this is why we talk about the fact that the manifestation grows, as does the relationship, because as it grows, we see things that we couldn't see before. And as we see things we couldn't see before, we open to the possibilities of the manifestation that expands. So I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union going through that energetic maturation phase where their dreams are reshaping in proximity to what they've arrived at, to the possibilities that they've entered in the healthy partnership, and feeling that celebration point. Imagine like the celebration that you experience, not only in seeing the maturation of the self in the nature of relationship, but seeing that the dreams that you have with another continue to grow together, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Hangman card in combination with our Nine of Wands, swords, and it's upright, Boom, Queen of Swords right now, and it's upright. I gotta tell you, I know there's a lot of sword energy in this spread today, but we like this sword energy. These are good swords that we're seeing right now. You know, like this is feeling like the positionality of all the swords right now, really nice. I gotta say, really nice. But why is it really nice? Because it's speaking a lot. I feel like, and I keep on seeing there's something really important that I see that is occurring as it relates to the ability, how do I explain this best? There's something really important that's happening right now for energy and separation in relationality to alignment. And this is why this is why it can feel so difficult. And this is also why it is incredibly important that we do not fixate individuals when it comes to our manifestations, right? Because often in those modalities, okay, this is why we talk about the space of recognizing a manifestation, not by sight alone, but whether it energetically feels right. You feel into a manifestation because it's easy for another to appear as a manifestation, right? It's easy. And again, when you have to imagine a situation or scenario where you have someone whose ego doesn't match their higher self, right? The outside that doesn't match the inside. When someone's not doing that work, right? They look like our manifestation, but then you start getting close to them, and you're like, what's wrong with you? Like, it's like, it doesn't, it doesn't look, it looks right, but it doesn't feel right. This can create a lot of confusion for us because we're like, and something's not right, right? It's like it's working into that concept or that aspect. And this is why I keep on seeing that this is what that profound arrival point is having right now for a lot of those relationships that are coming into fruition right now. Because for a lot of those relationships coming into fruition, the identification of the ability of working into partnership in such a way, what is happening with a lot of these relationships, the authenticity of self, the energy that's been working on the authenticity of self, that then is able to recognize energy that's also in their authenticity, the inside that matches the outside. And then in the moment that they come together and they recognize the difference between the inside that matches the outside, they suddenly heal from those experiences of being like, oh, well, that was what was wrong with that other relationship. Like the outside good, inside not so great. Because often when we're too far, right, when we're too far from the context of the integration of self, it can create disharmony in our relationships. Because when we come to know each other, right, and we assume that the egoic self is in harmony with the internal self, and then we recognize that someone hasn't been working on the integration work, it can sometimes feel like a shock when you suddenly recognize that the person that someone who's been like that, like that aspect of the self isn't something that feels like it's meshing with what exists within. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that work, identifying and recognizing it, this is why the energy is building confidence in relationality to identifying and recognizing what it feels like to facilitate a connection in that fashion. Because this is the energy that is expressing their relief, right? And this is the energy that almost like comes towards each other from a point of apology and saying, listen, I know I know that we were taking it slow, but this is why, right? Like that ability of saying, I had to be sure. I had to make sure that what you were that exterior like that this is how we build trust with each other. And this is why we say that trust, vulnerability is a gift. It's something that is earned with time, because that is the energy that is identifying and recognizing that even in the space of coming together, they are dispelling the negative illusions that unhealthy relationship potentially brought out within them that they've been working to heal. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now that is coming into divine union, clarification between our Ace of Swords in combination with our Eight of Swords in its transverse. One card to clarify. Temperance. Love to see this card. And this is a card that we actually just studied earlier this week in our Tarot Church class. If you missed the class, you can head over to my Substack and you can catch the full class for those who are paid subscribers there. But this is what we talk about in relationality to, and I like to point this out. I loved it. I was talking about this very much in the class. We talk about the similarity between the Temperance card and the Lover's card, right? When we are in our vulnerability, right? Like, look, do you see this vulnerability here with these cards, right? We identify the fact, like, even in the space that they bear themselves, this is what it feels like when we're in healthy relationship. There are no walls between us, right? It is the unfolding of the self, the openness of vulnerability that allows for the sanctum of safety that we feel within relationship. And this is the energy that we see that is created in that modality, because it's that ability, right? The healthy relationship helps us. And I need to point this out. This is something that we don't talk about frequently. When you pass water, back and forth between cups, what you're actually doing, you have to think about the time. You have to think about the time that they didn't have ways to purify water. Okay, you have to think about a time when there was no way to purify water. How could you purify water that you took from a river or something of that nature? Okay, how would you purify water that might have sediment in it? You move it. You move it swiftly between cups. You move it swiftly between cups because as you move it swiftly between cups, you find a way to release the sediment from the purity of the liquid that is held there, right? It is the ability to move something back and forth between cups is how you can often remove detritus. It's how you can remove the things that are not safe to energetically consume. So we see even now that this is what we often experience in healthy relationship. We move the energy between us. And in the space of moving something back and forth, we dispel what is not in service to us. So that is why we see that the foundation of a lot of these relationships is through that act of basically being able to emotionally communicate in a way that they are sifting the wheat from the chaff, which is sifting the things that are energetically true of oneself versus those unhealthy thought forms, those unhealthy modalities of thought that we often pick up along the way that aren't in accordance or alignment to us. So this is why I keep on hearing that the energy is feeling the security and stability to move towards each other with more confidence, because they're feeling that ability of the conversation that feels like it is purifying them in the space of being able to articulate with another, and another person helping to reinforce what they see versus helping to dispel, which is potentially an unhealthy thought form or something that one picked up along the way that doesn't feel that isn't in service of the self, but may have been conditional in order to embody, in order to stay in something that was not healthy to the self. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Swords in its transverse in combination with the Lover's card in its upright, we have here our Five of Pentacles in its reversal. I like to see the Five of Pentacles in its reversal. It's one of my favorite cards to see in the reversal. It's a conversation on trauma. And I feel like this is the thing that a lot of the energy right now is realizing. And this is often the work we have to do. Your trauma never goes poof and disappears. The trauma never goes poof and disappears. There's no relationship on the planet that is going to release you of that trauma. I'm sorry to be, I'm like, if I have to be the one to break it to you, there's nothing that can remove trauma. Trauma is pain that sticks. If it was as easy as forgetting about it, it would not be trauma. But when we're on a healthy spiritual journey, it's not that the trauma goes away, but we change how we address it. We change how we face it. We find the ability to stand before it. We find the ability to be able to navigate it. And this is why And this is why we also talk about the fact that healing is not linear, because it requires us to take different approaches depending on the energetic situations. So, for instance, for energy that is like, for a lot of this energy, like this is like, this is the when, and this is why it can feel so difficult, because often all of those were all that work, all those lessons, all those things that we had to do, all that rigor that we had to put ourselves through to find the healthy relationship. It's not worth anything if we don't learn the ability to be vulnerable once we find it. Because if we don't find the vulnerability to protect the peace that we find, we destroy the peace that we find for all the trauma that we bring into it. But this is why that is the work. This is why we talk about the healthy spiritual journey as one of becoming the energetic warrior. And that doesn't mean, like, warrior doesn't mean that you're fighting everything all the time. Okay? It means that you're doing the internal battle of the self. You're doing the work within the self. You recognize the waters that become volatile, right? The trauma that makes you become like super agitated in moments that are unnecessary. The moments that make you feel super reactive because you've unlocked a fear that occurred in a space that something completely unreasonable happened that never should have occurred. But the ability to calm the waters of the self, the ability to recognize that that never goes away, but we get better, but who we become as we face it changes. This is the energy that is working into the strength, but the strength of becoming the peaceful warrior. A lot of that work that we see right now with Eris next to Chiron, which is ability to say that all of those things that one used to have to do to protect yourself from trauma become the very things you try to remove from yourself when you find the peace that you're looking for. So that's why we see that this is a lot of that energy that is feeling. And in that moment that we are intentional, we are stronger than we ever have been before, because we don't allow the emotions to overrule our intention. We're not suppressing the emotions. You have to bear in mind, we're not just not feeling them, but we're feeling the intensity of them, but we're moving them into a direction that feels like it is positive instead of negative. This brings us into the Lover's card in combination with the Queen of Swords. There's that Page of Cups. This is what it feels like for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. For feminine energy, I like this. And this is why, again, this is why a healthy relationship, this is why a healthy relationship is not a space that says abandon all standards, ye who enter here. A healthy relationship is not a space that says abandon all standards, ye who enter here. A healthy relationship is one that it becomes a sanctuary. It becomes a sanctuary because we build into partnership with another who holds our standards as well as we do our own. Because the true sad part is, we hold standards we wish we never had to hold. We hold standards we never wish we have to hold, because often our standards are formed in spaces where our boundaries have been crossed. And as painful as that is why often the absurdity point is when we articulate to someone we can trust and we say that we have a standard, they'll look at us like they'll be like, well, of course, right? Because that's often the articulation of someone that we're energetically safe with, because it didn't even cross their minds the fact that that was something that was conditional in the first place. But this is often why we have different approaches. This is why our standards become boundaries. Because if we hold a standard and another person starts pushing back on them and being like, what are you trying to imply by that? What are you saying? Why are you saying that? All of a sudden, we have the exact same articulation of the reason why we had to set the standard in the first place. The standard and the boundary transform depending on the pressure that is put upon them. So when someone holds our standards as we do our own, we feel silly for having them because it feels like it's unnecessary, but it's also the evidence on why we needed the standard. But when another person pushes back on why we have a standard, being like, why are you being so, like, why, what, right? And they start pushing on it. They start knocking on our standards. Our standards become our boundaries, because it's not healthy relationship is one of mutual desire. It's one of mutual assent. So that's why we see that a lot of the energy right now, this is why the energy becomes so protective of one another, especially deep within divine union, because that is the energy that understands that when we build into the space of the relationship being the exception, right? It's not the exception that feels like we no longer have standards there. You understand? It's not the exception that feels like there are no standards. It is the ability of being exceptional with another, because it is the honor that we see in the healthy relationship where we don't feel we need to hold our standards because another person holds them for us. Continuing to get clarification between our Temperance card and our Five of Cups, Pentacles in its reversal, we've got here our Eight of Cups in its reversal. So a lot of this energy that we're seeing right now, I'm just seeing for a lot of this energy with the Eight of Cups in its reversal has to do with, let me just walk through this. You know, I feel like the Eight of Cups in its reversal is coming through really important for the energy and separation right now. Because for the energy and separation, this is I keep on hearing this is a painful, like this is a painful healing. Why is it a painful healing? Because if these are relationships that are coming together by giving each other truth, and they're dispelling an unhealthy thought form that another person had to imbibe in order to maintain a relationship, this is why we see that can feel so energetically or emotionally devastating. Because if there's something that we see, and I keep on seeing, there's one of two different modalities here. Okay, it's going to be, there's one of two different ways that this is going for energy and separation. Either there was something that was true about the self, that one put intentional effort in changing. This was all of that work that we talked about with Taurus season, right? The ability of understanding that anything is possible so long as we are determined on the pathwork of changing it. So the ability to recognize something that you once felt about the self that you no longer embody. It feels like a breakthrough point, but it also feels like there may be some energy that recognizes that they healed something that broke something in the past, right? And that can feel like, I keep on hearing, that can feel painful, but cathartic, right? Because it is the ability of understanding that that is energy that went through pathwork of being able to change something that they feel move them away from something that they would have desired to move closer towards. That one is difficult. But the other one I'm seeing is potentially a situation or circumstance where someone internalized another person's projection of them to such an extent that they've just integrated it into something that's a failure point on themselves. And it's only in the space that they come into a person who's healed in the same way they've healed and says, where did you get that? Who told you that about you? Where is this coming from? The recognition of what another person internalized in order to perpetuate staying in a place that was not energetically or emotionally safe for them. This can feel like a lot of heavy healing because it's the identification point of releasing something that one felt was wrong, but you realize there was nothing wrong in the first place. So we see even now like that energy, like there's a lot of this energy here that feels like it's healing, but it's like, again, you'll heal, but it'll break your heart in the process. And this is why we say that healing can sometimes feel like a heart expansion moment, because it's the understanding of the vibration of feeling a lot, but also being able to be a space where you can finally start to grieve something that you've been holding on to. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Page of Cups, our World card. Whew, our World card. And this is the thing about it, man. And this is why I'm seeing even now, like, this is why we talk about the fact that when we come into healthy energy connection, right? Like this is the energy right now coming into union is working on the pathwork of no hard feelings. Why do we work on the pathwork of no hard feelings? Because when we find energetic peace for ourselves, the only thing worse than finding peace is carrying bitterness into a place. Like, why are you going to find your peace and be like, like, you don't want to do that. That's dumb. I mean, like, it just, I mean, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's like, like if you found your energetic peace, if you've arrived into your peace, like it feels counterintuitive to be like, you know what I mean? Like you get, and it's not the fact, like, it's not the fact, like, and I'll point it out, it's very much like Queen of Wands. Like it still bothers you, right? But it's a little, it's like, it's like a little bit of that bother, you know? It's something where it's like, you just try to like shake it out to a certain extent. You just, you don't let it, it's like I keep on, and this is why I keep on seeing that. That's what I meant about this energy becoming like coming into their strength energy, because this is the energy that it's not like the past doesn't come up. Past is like, boo, it's like, go away. Right? It's just like, you just gotta like, go away, I'm busy, right? You focus, and we talk about this. Like we put our intention on what feels like it's restorative. We move in accordance with what feels like it's energetically best. And that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now. Because, and I will say, listen, I will say, I do see some separations occurring here. We were talking about this yesterday. And if you want to know, if you would like to know the rationale between where I'm seeing some of these separations that are occurring right now, it's the difference between boo and do. The difference between boo and do. What's the difference between boo and do? Like boo, like boo is, and this is what I meant. Remember when I said that all of that work in Gemini season, all of that work in Gemini season is articulating the difference between fickleness and pragmatism. What is the difference between fickleness and pragmatism? Fickleness, changing for the sake of change. Change is not a manifestation goal. Changing for the sake of change is often indicative as an aversion to being rigorous, right? I don't like this is not a manifestation goal, right? What would you prefer? What would you prefer is a manifestation goal. So that's why I see that there may be some separations that are occurring right now between boo and do, because boo is like, it's like it's working into that space of just like effectively energetically grumbling about things, right? Like working into the space of like trying to like identify what's wrong. But this is the thing that's difficult when we focus too much on what is wrong, right? We can't navigate what's right, right? You let what's wrong move you in the direction of what's right. You don't let what's wrong, create that, like I keep wondering, wrong should be a reason, not an excuse. Wrong should be a reason, not an excuse. So that's why I keep on hearing that if there are separations that are occurring right now, it's within that context, that it's about, like I keep on hearing, like working into the space of an energetic reason, being able to identify and recognize that. So I do feel like there's a lot of that energy both coming into union that is working on taking frustration and moving it in, like the frustration they used to feel that would trigger the trauma, moving it into a productive space. I need to move this into a productive space. The sifting, if you will, that we see in the Temperance card. I just gotta put this somewhere to be useful. But even in that space, this is the energy. What is the energy doing coming into union? They're creating new tools for themselves. New tools. New tools. While for energy deep within divine union, this is the energy. I told you. This is all Cancerian. This dream has gotten too tight. It's too tight. This happens. What do you do when the dream's too tight? You expand the dream. You get bigger, right? And the ability to talk about something. I keep on hearing like that is the arrival of the energy reshaping manifestations in accordance with the dimensionality of the relationship that grows. Final card in today's spread is, whoa, 10 of Swords in its upright. I'm okay with the 10 of Swords here. I'm okay with the 10 of Swords here because I told you there's a lot of Cancer energy. There's a lot of Cancer energy right now. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. Our frustration, everything we have is a gift, including our frustration. Including our frustration. I know it doesn't seem like that is the case. But I want you to understand that we've got two different modalities, by which we often move towards our manifestation goals. Okay. There is often either, and this is just the two different ways it works. Okay. It's either those modalities wherein we recognize something that we want to change and we say, I got to change it. And what do we have to do? It's going to be a real pain to change it, but nonetheless, right? We put ourselves on that path of intention, right? Healthy manifestation is not about wishing for things. It's moving in accordance to it. So it's the energy that says it's not about griping, it's about doing. So this is the energy that says like allowing for that to propel forward. But sometimes, and this is also what's hard, and we talk a little bit about this. This has a more of that conversation to do with the difference between boundaries and standards, which is often the reason we get so caught up in standards is that sometimes we get really frustrated when we have to hold the standard that seems like it's fairly obvious. You know what I mean? Like it seems like it's fairly obvious. Like it seems like it's fairly obvious, and that's like that. And I keep on hearing we don't attach reason to indulgence, which is we don't do something and then try to attach a manifestation goal to it. There's energy that'll try to do that. There's energy that'll try to do some whatever the heck they feel like it, and then say, "Oh, it's a manifest." No, it's not. Right? It's the ability to articulate upon what we're trying to do that allows for that termination point of what is energetically right. And so I just keep on seeing that that's what I meant. Remember when I talked about this year being the year of embracing, like the year of nope, or embracing the not, which is trying to say, like when we talk about the not, we talk about the sacred not. And what is the sacred not? The sacred not is the exquisite insistence that we have on something that should feel like it's completely obvious. Like it's those moments or those modalities that you have to say to another, I cannot stress to you why this is energetically important. And again, if you're ever having those moments and you're not necessarily able to ascertain whether something that you're doing feels like it is energetically virtuous, right? We got to talk about that because we were talking a lot about that with the temperance card, the fact that we don't have enough conversations about virtues anymore. But that ability of doing so is the identification point of a manifestation that is mutually shared, as well as the articulation point of why we feel the way that we do, right? And if you're ever having that moment, if you want something, or if you're holding on to something and you're very rigid about it, this is why we talk about shadow work. This is why we talk about the ability to understand the self, which is why is it so important to you? Because when you say to yourself, why is it so important to you? And you say, I don't know, that's usually because it's coming from the ego, right? The ego just says no to things because they're uncomfortable, often because they're trying to hide something from the self. The higher self will say, sit down, how much time you got? I'll talk to you about this till the cows come home. We'll be here all day. We'll be here all week. We'll be here all century. This is very important. There's a conversation there. Okay? There's a conversation about why something is important. The articulation in being able to articulate why something bothers the self will often give you the indication as to whether it's coming from the higher self or whether it's coming from the ego, because the ego always says, because I told you, because I said so, right? And that's not a manifestation goal. Because I said so is not a manifestation goal. That is not something that is mutually shared. So if you're doing that work right now, like I said, don't be changing from a point of discomfort. Don't be solution focused, not problem oriented. Recognize and especially with the fact that Uranus is about to transit, make sure that you're articulating upon what's, like, if you're talking about something that's bothering you, bring your prescription with you. Work through the solution so that it feels like it is energetically productive, because that's how we take a problem is a solution waiting to be found. And when we care about each other, we work towards that. We don't use the fact that there is a problem to find an excuse, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now. Yeah, especially with the Eight of Pentacles. All right. A healthy spiritual journey is not one that is indulgent to the self. It's not cozy, comfy. I know. Okay. Those who are on a good spiritual journey know that it's where we go to work. It's where we go to work. And often and it's not easy. It's not easy. But that's why it's blessed. It's not easy and but it's blessed. And that's the work that we do every day. And I keep on seeing that ability of doing so. This is what's happening across all of the frequencies, because I feel like there's a lot of that frustration, and this is often what happens with those who are on spiritual journeys. It feels like we have to take on the work of others around us that did not. I know it's rough, but that's just the condition of it, right? Those who are on healthy spiritual pathworks often feel like they have to do the heavy lifting, but that ability of doing so, this is what fortifies us, because it's not about being easy. It's about recognizing what it feels like. It understands that it's something that is constantly about the arrival to the self, and that's why we see that for a lot of the energy and separation, this is why this energy is expressing so much frustration, even in the context of coming into partnership. I would not be surprised if there are relationships right now that are coming together and someone's getting very upset about, like, you will go on you will find your healing, and the first thing you will say is, oh look, I found the audacity. I found the audacity. Oh look, all this audacity was waiting for me here, because it's the ability to see something that you couldn't see before. And often when the first thing you see is the audacity. But that ability, even that, I want you to understand, if you're seeing the audacity and you're not being reactive to it, congratulations, right? Because it is the ability of understanding and recognizing that allows one to heal, because it's the ability of identifying, like, oh, like, okay, like, okay, there's some work I didn't see I had to do before. While for energy that is coming into divine union, for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is also feels unfair to a certain extent. That's why we sometimes feel like it's really unfair when we go through the energetic spiritual journey, because this is a journey that goes, all that stuff that I had to learn, all those things that I had to build in terms of discernment and standing and boundaries, they are now acting as a wall in my relationship. Now I have to learn to dismantle them, because again, it's not about the modality we find ourselves with, it is the intention we bring to it. So that's why the energy says, like, this is why the energy is going, the audacity, the energy right now is confronting coming into union, the audacity of a spiritual journey, where all the stuff that you had to learn to be able to find the healthy energetic relationship is now what you have to work to disassemble within the self, right? It's like, you were able to put it together, now take it apart. Take it apart. I'm glad you're able to put it together, now you can take it apart. Let's see if you can take it apart. Well, for the energy that is deep within divine union, there's a lot of this energy that we see with a lot of the energy deep within divine union that is feeling the maturation, which is almost like the expansion point of saying that the work towards moving towards manifestations is never ending, because we never arrive to it, because the manifestation itself continues to change as we change. But that is also the beauty, like, that is the beauty of I keep on hearing, it's the beauty of a kaleidoscope, which is the more you go, the more you see, the more it changes around the self. So I just keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is like working through that the bittersweet maturation of what it feels like to come into a space of transformation. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily. That is where that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our temperance class earlier this week. If you could not be at that class in person, the class and the course materials are now available to my paid subscribers over on my Substack. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied prior to building into that next class, but now's a great time to join if you want to catch up, because if you're a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material. If you're a founding member, you'll have full access to the library, which is over 15 hours worth of material. So that's about, you could do like 4 or 5 classes a week and you'll be all ready for our next class. Also, you'll have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we've studied or studying thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary, you also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That's access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dreams or as a series. If you purchase a dream series package, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations, Bridget. You got our highest gifter for today. Thank you so much. And Illuminance, you came in second, so you will also have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Thank you for that gift. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 25.6K likes today. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open and you will be the 5th person read for. Hi there, Mikey. How are you doing over on the place where we keep the videos? Good to see you. Rosemary, welcome. Very timely, resonated greatly. Love it. I love this reading. Excellent. Hi there, Simp. Can I get a card? We do 1 card, Simp, for subscribers once we finish the personals. So if you would like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to. I'm happy to draw a card for you. Hi there, last moment chain of plans. I only saw. I lost it. It went away. I couldn't read that last message. Perfect for you. My wooden spoon is my wand. You know, I have to tell you, I do often see this illuminance as like a wooden spoon. You know what I mean? It's very like, it is very much like, Yes. Hi there, Simp. And as I mentioned, one cards are for subscribers if you'd liked it. Minimalist it. I like that. The ego is always there. Exactly. Grand Rising, Cappy. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for those gifts. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart needs today if you haven't already. Whoever recharges their heart needs will also get an animal spirit guide card when we do the one cards. Also, now we are now moving forward. If anyone would like to give the gift of a baby dragon, you will also be able to get on the list with gifts. That's something that we now do once we complete the daily collective. And thank you as well. I align more with my divine feminine. That's excellent. It's good that you're able to recognize that, Illuminance. And feeling this. Thank you, Rosemary. Welcome, Little Hawk. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, Fuzzy. Rosemary, having a healthy relationship with the divine masculine. We have a living distance. Ooh, where'd it go? We are having we are having a distance between us. Okay, well, we can always read for that too if you'd like to figure out what's going on there, Rosemary. Hi there, Edric. I went through 2 unhealthy relationships with trauma, sending you so much support on that journey. True, it took me 13 years, sending you so much support, Illuminance. I'm so glad to see that you're continuing on your healing journey. Going to subscribe. Wonderful, Rosemary. Thank you. Hi there, Hannah. Hannah, did you get on the list? Oh, I got you on the list, dear. I got you number 3, though. Okay. So just bear with me a moment, and but I'll try to recall that question. It's okay. No, no, no. It's all right. I appreciate it. Okay, Lynn. Life not necessarily gets easier. You just have to get better at dealing with it. Tap to claim, Lynn. Yes, I don't even remember what I manifested for myself anymore. Oh, Bridget, good to see you today, dear. And Morgie, thank you for the follow. The pragmatic versus the fickleness description helped so much in my work last week. I'm so glad to hear that, Hannah. Rigid and flexible to be in flow. Silk to steel, illuminance. Silk to steel, exactly. And that's what I like. Like, that's what we see with the Queen of Wands. I love the Queen of Wands because it talks about that silk to steel. And thank you, Rosemary, for subscribing. Welcome. I know I'm living for that lover's card here, Chrissy. Yep. Thank you for those gifts. And Emily, thank you for subscribing. Hold on a minute. Oh, Patrick, I'm sending you so much support. I don't do medical readings here, but I make sure that you're hydrating, make sure you're resting. Sending you so much support on your healing journey. I gotta tell you, I am very I know that 10 of swords looks a intimidating intimidating at in the culmination point, but I feel like I got to tell you, like, the proximity between the 9 of swords and the 10 of swords here, like, there's a lot of sword energy, but I think that it's helpful. It feels really productive. Zianda, welcome. Energetically sifting, indeed. Like finding gems in the mud, tap to claim. It lies beneath. I like that, Illuminance. I'm getting a beautiful visualization from that. Glad to hear that, Chrissy. And Sin, thank you for the follow, which is true. It takes strength. Always tap to claim. And Witches, it's so good to see you. Guys, make sure that you give Witches a follow. Beautiful reader as well. So good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap to claim. 1,000% my experience. Thank you for also being here and receiving these messages, Rosemary. Rainbow, so good to see you, dear. Thank you for the gifts as well. Hey there, Mimi. I know it's an intense, woo, indeed. This is like an intense read today. It's a spread. If you want to see the full spread today, it'll be up, as I always post the photo on the Substack when I post the podcast. So make sure that you're following me over on Substack if you'd like to see that as well. Breaking to rebuild your truest self. Beautifully said, Illuminance. Beautifully said. Saying hi briefly. Oh, I hope you have a beautiful day with them, Rainbow. So good to see you. Thank you for confirmation, Illuminance. Good to see you. And thank you, Witches. That's a thing within itself. Absolutely. Bert, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for the roses, Witches. And thank you. Right. No, you're not late, little vamp. I'm early. I put a notification. I put a notification on the Discord. I was going to be on earlier today. So you're not late. You're right on time. I am early. Yes. And Sun, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well. Hi there. How are you doing, Tori? I missed the live. I had things happen. I won highest gifter. Is the reading still valid? Oh, of course. Tori, can you just tell me the day that was? I just need the date. If you tell me the day, I can add you back to the list. So just let me know what day that was and we'll get you all settled up. Yes, to see with clarity. Thank you. My partner and I are both cancers. It's been fun. Yeah. I gotta tell, like, listen, I gotta tell you, this is like your time right now because everything I've been doing in these like visualizations right now, which is like, it's like dual crab energy. You know, it's like carrying each other's frustration. Be like, I'm pissed. Like I'm like I am like your rage is my rage. We share the rage together. It is mutual rage. You know, it's like it's like finding places to place mutual rage right now, especially for cancers. Whew. I'm gonna tell behave. All right, that's all I'm gonna say about cancers. Behave. Mahali, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Illuminance. And Maddie, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Jackie, for sharing the live. Grand Rising, Fig, good to see you today. Oh, thank you guys for, yep, that's what I came into. No, I don't. That's what I came into. Welcome, Fig. No, literally, the audacity. Sending you support, Ari. Definitely some audacity going on around recently. Don't forget to stretch today. Move those joints. Absolutely, Fig. Tap to claim. Good reminder. You're so welcome, Per. Oh, thank you for joining, dear. And also, Rosemary, remember, if you've joined, you also have access to our Discord channel. You should find that in your perks. You'll also find a discount there to the Tarot Church Library classes on Substack in the perks section if you want to join us there as well. Oh, my mini trampoline today, too. I like that. That sounds like I feel like I get seasick. I know. I get seasick real easy. It keeps the lymphatic system moving. Excellent. Ginger soaps help too. Okay, good to know. I've never heard of ginger soap. I tried to follow you too. Excellent. Yes, ginger soap helps. Put them in the remedy section on the Discord. We've got a whole remedy section for this stuff, guys. And thank you, Little Vamp, for those gifts. Hi, Flo. Thank you for the follow. Growing a Guard. Thank you for those gifts, Rainbow. Emily, if you'd like to get a reading, you can absolutely get on the list. You'll be the fifth person read for today. It helps, especially the arms where women get those dimples because of the glands. Are clogged. Good to know. I want to get like one of those like big like brushes. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, you can absolutely gift your reading to your sister. Yes, please. Did you want to get on the list for today? Also, just let me know. All right. All right, where were we? You definitely need to join. It's easy. It's in your subscriber information. Absolutely. And thank you, Emily, for subscribing. Thank you for those roses, witches. Yep. Thank you for helping each other figure out where the Discord info is. Oh, thank you. Privilege as well, dear. I missed the collective read. I know, Kath, I had to get on early today, but you didn't. If you missed it, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot and over on Tarot Church and Substack. You got I do that pull-up bar thing. What's a pull-up bar thing? I don't know what it's called. I do it very poorly. I'm trying to wake up my sister. Okay, don't give her dude, she's got, you're number 4 on the list. She's got like 45 minutes. Tell her, let her rest. Okay? Crab cakes. I like that. I want some. Hi there, Per. Thank you as well, Rosemary. Tori, thank goodness. I was getting comfy and just dabbed. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Okay, Tori, come back. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about the reading. The reading will stay. Okay. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Please. I hope everything's okay. Grand Rising, Sunny. Good to see you. Welcome back. Okay, and thank you, Terry, for those gifts. It'll have a bunch of us in it, yes. Blue, if you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the 5th person read for today. we are going to get started on today's personal reading. We're going to start doing, though, we were doing this yesterday. Before, we're going to test everybody's intuition. We're going to do an intuition test before we get started. So the first person we're reading for today is going to be Per. Per, I think we're doing a dream reading. I think it's on the Discord. Yes, please. Okay, make sure that you're okay. Okay, I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. Sending you. Okay. All you have to do, Emily, to get on the list is send the donation. You just became a subscriber. So if you'd like to get on the list, it's now 4 cards for 23. And you can send it via, you can find the links to send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Okay. And you'll also be eligible for 1 card readings once we continue, when we finish the personals. I will stress the list is going to be short today. So if you would like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later if you'd like to claim a spot to be read for today. All right, before we get started on Per's reading, intuition test. What's the animal? You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Who put car? 5. I was assuming my cat. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blue, come on, Bridget, why do you always do this? It was the sow. Thank you guys for trying. We'll do that again after we finish this reading. I think it's nice to be able to do a little, like, practice our intuition. All right. I don't know if did anyone get it? Pumbaa. Yes, Pumbaa. No, you're not awful. We're doing it again. We're going to do it again next reading. All right. So just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant to our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Bridget, you said blue. I like the fact that the first thing I saw, I'm like picking out, I just saw a car. I'm picturing you like saying that like Beavis. All right, we're reading Dream Interpretation for Per. Dream Interpretation for Per. And thank you, Per, for getting on the list. You'll be, for being the first person on the list, you'll get an additional card. Dream. Okay. This is outside tea, right? Okay. In my dream, a document belonging to my grandfather was shown. He is still alive. I was able to read the document. The document itself appeared to have been typed on a typewriter, old-fashioned. It consisted of a single page. In the top right corner, it was signed first by the general practitioner and then by an official person, like a notary, for example. In the middle of the document, 2 statements were included. The first line came from the findings of the practitioner. The second line seemed to reflect the findings or statement of my grandfather, which the notary had signed for. I don't remember exactly what the statement said. I can't recall the exact wording, but I do remember that they contradicted each other. The first statement, signed by the practitioner, said that everything that is going to happen is okay. The second statement, signed by the notary, said that he had free will or something along those lines. After reading the document, I was lying next to my grandfather, and he started to hurt me by bruising my bones just above my waist, like how wrestlers hold someone tight with their legs by squeezing. I asked him to stop because it hurt, and he said no. Then I woke up. The energy in my bedroom was completely off or different for a half an hour, like there was an intruder, not necessarily with bad intentions. Around this dream, I saw a repeated pattern of a pew-pewing, I believe. The pew-pewing repeated itself twice in my dream. I saw the exact same scene twice. Nobody was unalived, but the victims were all females who went out on a date. I have no idea if the dreams, document, grandfather, and the pew-pewing are interlinked, but the document is having my attention for this reading. 5 cards, please. Highest priority. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. So I feel like there's something important that's happening in the space of the dream. And I have to point this out. This is why I really like doing dream interpretation work with my clients in a series, because we start to identify themes. And I'm not someone, see, this is why I'm not a big subscriber. I'm not a big fan of the idea of like having a dream book, or being like, there's a certain symbol and this is what it means for every person. The symbolic, our symbolic, like our symbolic language is one that is uniquely our own. And one of the things that we've picked up upon in the dreams that I've read for you is there is a continual anomaly that is happening in your dream space. And anomalies are important. You constantly have documentation that is appearing in your dream space. And more so than that, you're also able to read the documentation. Now, this is very unique. This is very unique because typically you are not supposed to read, and you're not supposed to be able to read in dreams. So we see that there's something, whenever we can do something that we're not typically supposed to be able to do in dreams, we have to take note of it because it's feeling very Akashic in here. And we've had this coming up before, which is when we talk about something being Akashic, you're seeing the way that the guides see something. And the way that the guides see our journeys deviates profoundly from how we ourselves experience them. And I feel like that is effectively what's happening in the space of you effectively looking at a document between what is occurring, wherein you have someone that you describe as the general practitioner, the GP, if you will, that is signed off on what's happening. And then you have the ancestor identified as your grandfather being like, that's not my perspective, right? Because it's showing the fact, it's literally showing you from an Akashic perspective, the difference between work that we do in the Akashic versus what sometimes becomes difficult as it relates to ancestral healing. Because sometimes when we're working to heal something, the way another person interprets it could feel very, very different from how another person perceives it. And so this is talking about the fact that there may be a disparity point between what's going on in the Akashic sense of something versus what's needing to be healed in the ancestral one. And I'm seeing that a lot of it has to do as it relates to how one protects another person. Because from the first statement, right? The first statement, the practitioner, if you will, we see somebody that states everything is going to be okay, right? They're going to be fine, right? It's literally the Akashic saying this is someone who is going to be able to move through something and be okay. And someone else who says, and what happens with the energy of the grandfather? It's not safe out there. I need to protect you. I need to prepare you. I need to prepare you for all of the danger. And this is why we've got two different perspectives, right? We've got the Akashic perspective that says they'll be fine. And then the grandfather that says that's not my experience here. It's ugly out there. And that brings us to so this is again showing you the difference between what may be some kind of trauma that is being carried forth in relationality to the ancestral line as it relates to potentially being hard on someone. And this is sometimes what happens, right? This is sometimes how we pick up trauma in spaces. Someone who cares about us, but they feel like the need that they have to toughen us up, right? I'm doing you a favor. I have to make sure you're strong enough, right? And we never really confront what they're afraid of because the world has changed. But nonetheless, someone is not necessarily preparing us for our journey. They're preparing us for what they experienced. And often in the space, this is the difficulty point, often in the space that we try to prepare someone for the trauma that we experienced on our journey, we traumatize them. We end up traumatizing them more from the preparation of a journey that is not theirs in the first place. This is how the trauma often carries over. And this is often what is painful when someone we care about does something because that's how they were taught to do it. Right? Now, this is articulated in the space of the fact that you said that your grandfather in the space of a dream was like doing a wrestling move on you. Right? Not only were they doing a wrestling move, but they were injuring you in the process, right? It's painful. And you asked them to stop, and they said no, right? So, again, this could speak towards potentially a situation or circumstance where another person is not going easy on you, right? Someone who views things from a perspective that they don't go easy on the people they care about because they feel that their job, their responsibility is to toughen them up, that they feel like they have to have them, they need to make them stronger, right? It's almost an energy of someone that is pushing pressure on you, hoping that you will fight back, right? It's like it's a lot of that energy that we're picking up in that space of the dream in terms of saying, if you want me to stop, you better make me stop. But you can see, and this is where it becomes, this is why we see the different perspective, right? Modality of the pew-pewing is the perspective or the vision of potentially something that the energy of the ancestor went through. I would not be surprised if there was some kind of situation or circumstance as it relates to the relationship you have with this person where they had to go through something that was really, really dangerous, really, really difficult, right? They have the trauma from that experience. And what does the trauma say? It's not a safe space out there. It's not a safe space out there, especially if you are a feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. But to them, they probably see it and saying, I need to protect this person. I need to love this person. And the only way I can love them is by hurting them. Because if I hurt them, I will teach them to fight back. I will teach them not to take something. I will teach them to be able to, I need to teach them to be able to take a punch. So that way they won't take it. So that way they'll fight back. So this is what this, I would not be surprised if you have a relationship with a person of this nature where they're always they're always being hard on those they care about. They always feel that that need is to toughen them up. It's the tough love approach that says you'll thank me for this one day. But the problem is, and that's a problem with the tough love approach, is often when we have the tough love approach, we're not preparing someone for their journey. We're preparing them for our journey. We're preparing them from something we had to go through. And in the process of trying to prepare something for something that we had to go through, we traumatize another person. We were like, whoop. And you're like, I didn't need any of that. And that's why the Akashic was different than your grandfather's perspective. Because the Akashic literally wrote, they're going to be fine. And the grandfather wrote, not for my, nope, that's not what I see. That's not what I see. That's not on my watch. Not going to let that happen. So this is to try to show you. I feel like there's something about this is trying to help you heal the relationship. Something about being able to heal the relationship in relationality. And I like the fact that your guides keep on showing you these documents, because I feel like they're trying to say, like, look, do you see what can happen with the distortion point? Do you see like how we intend for something to occur, but another person can overwrite our work? Is what I keep on hearing. Do you see how we can try to have something occur, but another person can overwrite our work? Because that modality of recognizing and identifying, it's the articulation point about the ability to heal that is sometimes interrupted when we haven't been able to let go of trauma. So I feel like there's a lot of that. I feel like there's something that's helping you, because I would not be surprised if someone is no longer in a condition where you can work this through with them. So this, I feel like this could be a situation where someone is providing you, one of your guides is providing you this context of the situation in order to help you release any kind of bitterness that you may have felt as it relates to the circumstances or situations wherein you felt like you felt like another person was being hard on you for no apparent reason. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 3 of Cups. Often I see work like this when another person, like, this is a karmic dream. I would not be surprised if there's something here where another person is no longer in a condition from which they can have this healing with you. I feel like it's giving me a lot of that energy that's so difficult, because it's saying a lot of that, like, one day you'll thank me. But this is why that tough love is so impossible, because one day you'll thank me often becomes that never happened. The day that you were preparing me for never arrived. I never needed that. I've been trying to heal from it this entire time. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about that, the ability to understand that I feel is being revealed to you in this way, so that you can kind of do that work that you should be doing with another for yourself. Because I do feel like it almost says to me, like, I would not be like, it feels like I keep on hearing somebody is transitioning, like someone's in that modality where even now, like, and I feel like, there's something about the presence I keep on seeing, like the presence of feeling, like, I would be surprised, I would be, um, if you felt their presence in the room, um, the ability to energetically travel in astral, like, as we start to move closer towards moving into spirit, increases. So if you felt that change in the air, if you will, I almost feel like that might have been the embodiment of you recognizing the fact that you felt their energetic presence, right? Like, it almost feels like someone trying to bring forth an apology to you that they can't necessarily articulate, by helping you to see, like, what their energetic intention was. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 30.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. I said beaver, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Per. Your masculine is showing. I like that. That's a vivid, is a very vivid dream. Paige, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Um, I had a childhood dream, childhood friend's deceased mother come to me offering to teach my daughter to swim. And the night before, my daughter had a twin. Oh, that's wild, Fig. That's wild. What did I just walk in on, Jess? You just walked into a dream interpretation. So we were doing a dream interpretation. Yep. Ironic. I dreamed that my son was a twin on Friday night. That's wild. It's all this Gemini energy, man. It's a Gemini energy. It was Friday night for me too. Spill the tea. I did my best. I don't like spilling tea. I like to pass the tea. I like to pass the tea. My mom always said Friday night dreams. Saturn told. Ooh, my mom always said Friday night dream, and Saturday told always come true. Whoa. Maybe we're safe since it's Sunday. Always truth. The Friday night dream won't come true. I know that much. She was just a twin in it. No way. I didn't know that I read things in my dream very randomly. No, you're not supposed to read things in your dream. So whenever you can remember that you can like read in your dreams, you should always take note of what you can read. I think it was showing how she was disassociated from trauma, and last night was showing me who her guide is because the teaching her to swim, my childhood friend's mother. Well, and again, the space of the emotions, like swimming from a spiritual context, is how to navigate emotions. So if someone in spirit would come to like if I saw someone in spirit saying I'm teaching them how to swim, that would be someone to articulating that they're acting as a guide for a child to help them like learn how to control their emotions. I got you, Kath. Yep, I got you after Hannah. 1111, tap to claim Fig. Hi there, Dalrod. Dalrod, how are you doing? Great, more trauma. But I don't think it's more trauma. It feels like someone apologizing. I feel like the energy is apologizing if they traumatized you. Hi there. Hola, Mira. I had the same exact dream where my cousin was wrestling me a while back. Wow. Very true. We always had a difficult relationship. Yes. And Marie, your subscription's ending soon. Hi there, Jen. Marie, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for confirmation, Mira. We are better though, since he has dementia and Alzheimer's. I help him every Monday. So again, that would be in alignment with what I said. If someone's not in a condition where they can have this conversation to you, I'm not surprised to see it's happening in spirit. Tough love doesn't always work. Yes. Lion's mane. I love lion's mane. Awesome. What's with the lion's mane? Put it in the remedies on the Discord. Put it on the remedies on the Discord. That's so hard. My grandpa had that too. In the end, it feels like you lose them twice. It is. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Per. His progression is manageable right now. Short term is very affected. Sending you support, Per. Wonderful. It makes so much sense. You're so welcome. Thank you, Per, for sharing that beautiful reading with dream with us. Hi there, Carly. Now, if you could tell me what the heck it did with my medicine pouch. Medicine pouches come and go when they're needed. I'm sure it's going to pop up when you need it again. My sis is sleeping, so I'll get on unless you wake up. We still got a few times. She got some time. Okay, no problem. Bridget, take your time. All right, so we're going to do the next person on the list is Alexandra, but we're going to do another intuition test. So Alexandra, if you could let me know what your question is. And in the meantime, let's do another intuition check. I wrote it down. It's like testing you. It's like, find me. It's on the Discord. Thank you, Alexandra. All right, ready? I'm going to give you a count of 10 to figure out what the animal is. Ready? Go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, blueberry, 1. Actually, I gotta say, I think that Bridget was close with Blueberry because it's a blue hawk. Well done. Oh man, beautiful. We'll do that again. You, I always feel like listen, I feel like when you guys say bird, I mean it's good, but it's like it's a broad scope. We had bird and we had blue, so we were anyone who bird or blue was pretty close, so that's good. I said blue, you did. You were close with blueberry. You gotta trust that intuition, whatever way it goes. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. But if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give intuition. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. Intuition checks feel like a party trick. I can't do them. Well, yeah, no, you just got to practice. That's why we do it. You get better. Yep. All right. We are now doing, and also guys, we're at 31.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Where were we? I am pulling up the reading right now for, hold on a moment. I got it right here. Is this outside tea, dear? Oh, wonderful. Looking forward to that private, Carly. Excellent. Inside tea for reading it out loud, but open about the topic. Got it. Okay. Inside tea. Bear with me a moment as I read over the question. Okay. 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 Can I please have 4 cards? Highest priority messages, please. Thank you. All right, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing here. um, I keep on hearing lofty ambition requires tiny steps. Lofty ambition requires tiny steps. Because I see the fact, like I see the fact that you've got a vision. And I keep on hearing like this is why we talk about the fact that like a vision can feel like a curse sometimes, right? Because often when we have a vision, um, it can feel like there's a distortion point between the vision that we have versus the reality that we're experiencing. And the thing I keep on seeing that I want you to work through is moving away from some perspective that says, why isn't it happening? To instead, like your mantra needs to be, how can I honor my vision today? How can I honor my vision today? And when we're honoring our vision, it doesn't mean that we're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to be inhabiting the space by which we aspire and desire to be, we honor our vision by moving in accordance to it. We honor our vision by saying, these are the steps I took today to make that vision into a reality. And I want you to start charting your progress on it. I want you to start writing down your victories. I want you to see every time you do something that moves in accordance to your vision, that's a glimmer. That is a glimmer that you create in the space of the reality that you're in that allows that dream to become energetically possible. And so I keep on hearing your job right now is not to look for wins. It's to look for glimmers. It's to look for those things that bring you closer to that energetic ideal. Because and this is the hard thing. Like, this is why it stinks to have a vision. Like, we got whole books. We got whole books written about like what happens to others when they've got a vision that feels like it doesn't match the reality of those around it. Right? The vision is a call. Like, and you have to think about this. Like, the vision is a gift because it's a call to embody the vision. And when we have to embody the vision, it can feel isolating. It can feel it's a lonely place. It's a lonely place to embody a vision. It's a lonely place to start to embody a vision. But what happens when you start to embody a vision? You meet others that recognize what you're doing and understand that they're embodying it too. It's the continuation of the determination and progress that we create for one another. And so I can see the fact that you're feeling some kind of experience right now that feels like and I want to describe this too. There are moments that we feel like, and I want to describe, a vision does not come into being like an arrow. It comes into being like a glacier. It doesn't come into being like an arrow. It's not like 1 minute it's like this and the next minute it's like that. It's 2 steps forward, 2 steps backward, one big step forward. 2 steps backward, one big step forward, right? It is the determination that we put as it relates to moving something in accordance with what it is that we dream. So these are the things that I want you to start doing. I want you to make sure um, when you're feeling stuck right now, I want you to grab a pen and I want you to start writing down what would be better. I want you to start articulating on what that ideal is. And once you articulate upon that ideal, I want you to look at that ideal and say to yourself, what small changes can I make to bring myself closer to that ideal? And you have to understand, you are not going to do it in a day. It is not about a transformation happens little by little. And you're going to start to make those little changes to make the tangible match that energetic ideal. And here's the thing about it, I already see the fact that you're doing this. And I also need you to start writing. I need you to start looking back and charting your progress. I want you to see how far you've come. Because, I see a situation that you're saying to me that you're in a rut, and I see your guide saying that you've accomplished the impossible, which is you moved away from something, some kind of like you moved away from something that feels like it feels like someone who is like, it feels like some kind of circumstance or situation that was trying to tell you to get your head out of the clouds, you know? Energy that's not for us will see us with a vision, and they will tell us to get our head out of the clouds. And that can be really hard because I also feel like you're still like working through some kind of energy here that you know like it's a lot. I can already like somebody trying to trivialize what you're trying to do, or someone trying to diminish in that way. And I keep on hearing you don't need to convince anybody of anything. Your job is not to, I keep on hearing, we don't need to believe the same things we don't need to believe the same things as each other to honor each other's beliefs. Because I feel like a lot of the work that I see that you're doing right now is your guides are saying that you're in the right direction. It's like I feel like the momentum that you're seeking is finding those around you that feel the same. I feel like there's a lot of, I keep on seeing there's like a lot of, it's a lot about connecting with energy that feels like they feel the same way as you. And I keep on seeing like something that you're doing right now or some work you're doing. I want you to kind of keep on saying, I am building momentum. I am building momentum. And even when you feel like you are in a rut, I want you to say, I am building momentum, because momentum creates breakthrough. So continue, like I keep on hearing dual path work right now, which is continue to build momentum and work on them. Like look at the manifestation and say, what is what is what I keep on hearing, what is one thing I can do to create a glimmer today? Which is, what is one thing I can do that brings that dream into a reality? What is one small thing I can do? Right? Because all of those, I keep on hearing like all of those glimmers together, right? Like that is going to be the shape of what it is that you're coming towards. And it's and someone's going to say, how did you do it? And you're going to say, I didn't. I just did a bunch of little tiny things, and they all had a big impact on me. New habits, new practices, new little victories that you're setting yourself on. And I want you to write, listen, I don't want you writing to-do lists right now. I want you writing got done lists. I want you building into the excitement of being able to appreciate how much you're accomplishing and honoring yourself in that way. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the two of swords. Doubt is a healthy part of a good journey. Doubt is a very healthy part of a good journey. But the thing is, the problem with having a vision is, I keep on hearing, the problem with having a vision is a blessing and a curse, because you can see it, like as clear as the nose in your face, but others can't see it. And so often we don't be crushed by your vision, which is to say, don't let the perception of seeing what something can be devastate you, that it isn't that way. The vision is a gift, and the gift is shown as and I want you to say, the vision is a compass, right? It's not there to crush you. It's there to direct you. It's there to show you what it looks like, and your job is to figure out how to get there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Hannah. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Angel City, thank you so much for the follow. All right. It's too quick. I need at least a minute to focus. I'm giving you 10 seconds. We got to give fast intuition here. Lion's mane's great for memory. One of them, taking it before. Oh, really? Sleep. Ooh, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to keep that in mind. I'm going to go get off for a minute so I can remember the dream. Okay. Thank you for sharing. It helps build neural. Oh, good to know. You have to make sure the quality's good. You need to step out. No problem, Kath. Oh, interesting. We've got a remedy section. I'd love to know where you find it. Yep. And Kelsey, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I needed to hear this too. You're so welcome, Ella. Thank you as well for receiving this message. Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Happy Sunday, Tay. It really is a lonely place, but I feel others coming in soon. Tap to claim. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Kelsey, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Big, thank you for encouraging others to tap. In my dream last night, they showed me the calendar month of January. You wrote 2025? You mean 2026? Oh, the rut. Yes, I waver between those frequencies, but I believe in the dream. It's a vision for a reason, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing it's not they wouldn't show it to you if there wasn't a way you can bring it into reality. But you have to be patient with yourself on that journey. Was that energy of how far I've come? I see numbers a lot, but this was the month. Interesting. I would dedicate one card on this one. When you start a new moon, January should be coming into fruition next month. You'll see progress. Cool idea. Yes, absolutely. That's true. It's always, yeah, the to-do lists will like just feel overwhelming. I want you doing got done lists. I want you being able to see how far you've come. Moving in 2 weeks, definitely up leveling. Sending you support, Ella. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comment. Yes, done lists. Appreciate your perspective. From what I hear is that you definitely got this. And Angel City, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, dear. Yes, Rosemary, 23 for subscribers. I feel like because I've gone through sudden changes a lot, I've reached a point where it's more of a gradient. Yeah, and that's what I keep on, like, here's the thing, and that's what I meant about understanding. Most times it's not going to feel like an arrow, it's going to feel like a glacier. Like I see something where you experience some arrow energy, and the difficulty point, like the difficulty point in experiencing arrow energy is then you're like, where'd the arrow energy go? Like, where'd the arrow energy go? What happened? I keep on hearing it can't all be arrows, right? It's like, it's mostly glacier with a few arrows is what I keep on hearing. Remember, it's going to be mostly glacier with a few arrows, not like arrow, okay? Yes. Oh, I'm going to have to keep that in mind, little vamp. I'll definitely make it to done list and reflect on that. And I keep on hearing, like, work on the glimmers too. Like, what did I do? What did I do in service of the vision today? You might even want to take some meditation, like do some meditation when you wake up, spend a few minutes saying, what can I do in service to the vision? See what comes up. You're so welcome. Oh, I'm so glad you also connected to it as well, my story. That's true. Patience is a pain point at times. Yes. And which again, always patient, never waiting. Lion's mane, excellent. Yes, I'm like, wait, come back. No, and that you're not like, here's the thing. Like, yeah, don't get all caught up on that. Right. I think we've talked about this. Like, that's the, like, I gotta see, like, I saw the fact we read on this before. You've had a couple of these, I feel like you've got a guide that's been like, I'm going to give you a little treat. Like, if you want more of that, I've already read on you with this guide, which is like, they've given you a few arrows. Like you have to look at those moments as arrows to help you be like, I need that again. And then they're like, okay, this is what you got to do to have that every day. This is what you got to do to have that every day. Is what I keep on seeing in something. And that's why I can feel like, I know it can feel really frustrating, but that's what I keep on seeing. Don't, don't get like be present in terms of recognizing and identifying like the ability. I keep on hearing like the ability to embody is one that like I keep on hearing like there are moments I keep on hearing sometimes the veil will be thin and other times it's your job to like move again, like it's your job to like, like work in service towards, like I keep on hearing like you've had some moments where the veil's been thin in relationality to your vision. And so I feel like that's the energy that says like now you know what it feels like, so now you know what you need to do to try to continue to reach towards it, you know? Yes, it is like it is the carrot of the stick. I know, I know. I think I'm going to make I don't know what that is. Oh, I know what those are with like the, yeah, those are beautiful figs. I adore those. All right. The next person on the list today is Hannah. Hannah, let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. While I wait for Hannah's question, we're going to do another intuition test. Ready? All right, you've got 10 seconds. 10 seconds to guess what the animal is. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Salmon. I don't know if we had anybody 19. I mean, again, I feel like 19 is a very good salmon number. No way. Excellent. Thank you. Oh, you got it, Desi. Well done. Twice. Desi was just locked in. Desi was locked in. Zophai, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Hold on a minute. That's true. Patience. Yeah. The arrows were like trains. I just kept catching. No, and that's the thing about it. Like it can be really, I keep on hearing like your guide's basically saying it can't all be arrows. I know you want it to be. I know you want it to be. I know you want it to be. Yep, you got it. It's like now I got a bit like, yeah, the arrows are help you. You got it. The arrows are arrows for a reason. They're like that way, like that way. Carrot on the stick. All right. Yeah, you've got a dream. I appreciate the read today. I got to go to work now. You have a beautiful day, Alexandra, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you as well. All right. There we go. Dang it, wrong here. You didn't do anything wrong. What are you talking about? Too much pressure. No, it's okay. All right. That is stress. That is so stressful. Totally 19. I mean, bears eat salmon, so I was tracking. I like that. I like that analogy. Hi there, Zophai. If you'd like to get a reading, all you need to do is send the donation. You'll be added to the list here. For those that are interested, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Second call for Hannah. Second call for Hannah. If Hannah is not here, the next person on the list is Bridget. Rosemary, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Kathleen. If anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be the 4th person read for. Brigitta, are we doing a dream? Is it up on the Discord? Is it outside tea? Can you see that? Oh, wait, Hannah's back. Wait, pause. Hannah's back. I could not, Hannah, wait. I didn't see your question come through. I saw, can you see that? Did anyone else see Hannah's question? I guess bear the last time, so I think I'm reading into the future. You guys are really stretching the limits by saying that the salmon's in the stomach of the bear. I'm just going to point that out. Okay. Yes, that's correct. Yep, Rosemary, we got you on the list here. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, and I believe you said helping them. Okay, can I get 4 cards, please? Yes. 4 cards, highest priority messages from spirit, please. Someone does not want to deviate from a routine. Ugh. So I see you. Why is it always like it's always I keep on like it's always the wacky that get the conservative ones. So it's like um you know it's always the way it works. It's just the way it works. You know, I I feel like you have to understand like and I think that in a way like that's what's beautiful about it though. I like to point this out like way to just show you that like nature and nurture have nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? I see someone that is on a very they have a very there's a lot there's a lot of rigidness as it relates to liking things a certain way is what I keep on seeing. Um, they're gonna be great. Like they're gonna be great. Like I keep on hearing system analysis, man. Like just like a genius for system analysis is what I keep on getting. Is all I keep on hearing. And the thing is, when someone is good at analyzing systems, they feel stability in. I keep on hearing they feel stability in a logical system. And I feel like I can see the fact that I see something about the way that you approach things and the way that they approach things that feels you know very very different like different because I feel like they see another person like where another person sees creativity. I see that they just kind of see a mess. You know what I mean? um and so I feel like when someone sees creativity and all they see is a mess, you have to communicate with them by showing them, like, I keep on hearing, remember to help articulate um, the method to there's a method to the madness, is what I keep on hearing, which is helping another person understand. Now, this is the hard part. I would be very curious if this person has like Libra placements or Taurus placements, because there is an ability of someone who doesn't, or even like Cancerian, because there's an ability of someone who doesn't like to change from their routine. It's giving me a lot of old soul energy. Um, you know, we don't know, like, you have to help them understand the nature of an acquired taste, which is when we like things, you have to help them remember there are things that they like now that they did not used to like. There are things that they love now that they used to not like. And the only way to expand upon the things we like is to incorporate the try. You have to incorporate the try, which is to say, You can't say you don't like something until you've given it a try. It's like a green eggs and ham moment. Okay. It's like you can't say that you don't like something until you have experienced it. And so I see somebody, and that's the thing about them. They're like when they like something, they're like, I don't want anything else. Like that's the thing about it. Like they're not good at changing. They're not good at changing. So I feel like that, and because they're so analytical, you have to bring this to their attention. Bring it to their attention and show them. I keep on hearing the method to the madness, which is I see someone, like they see you being creative. I see them looking at you, like I see them seeing something and being like, no, I don't want to introduce chaos. Like I see somebody who's got a system, and then they see someone else doing something different, and they're going, you're trying to ruin my system. You're trying to bring chaos into my system. I don't want chaos into the system. So what you need to do, and again, I told you they're very system analytical. You have to say to them that what they're seeing is not chaos, that it is the expansion of their taste. That when we try new things, we discover things that we did not know we liked. And then when we discover them, the things that we like, they become our favorite things. And thereby we expand upon the things that we like. We get to know ourselves more. So if this is someone who's having a lot of energetic resistance because they're seeing new things as chaotic, you have to tell them that, you have to remind them that the things that they liked, they used to hate. That the thing that they articulate that they don't want to deviate from, they used to have the same issue with. The only way we expand our ability to like understand what it is that we understand is if we give something a try. And I feel like the rule you have to have with someone is saying you can't say you don't like it unless you've tried it. Because that's not logical. You're not being logical. You have to take you have to take a logical approach with this person. Because I'll tell you right now, you say to this person that they're not being logical, you tell someone who's got some like a lot of system analysis stuff, you can't logically say that. It's logically impossible. It's logically impossible for you to say that you don't like something if you haven't tried it. You're not being logical right now. Who's the chaotic one here? Right? Help them understand that trying new things isn't chaotic. It's logical, because by discerning and refining upon the things that we like, we're able to expand upon the things that we love. I keep on hearing that. By being able to refine and experiment, and you can even say, like, let's try an experiment. If we experiment with the things that we experiment with the things that we try. When we try, we experiment with the things we like in order to discover the things that we love. I want you to write that down. We discover, when we try the things. When we do new things, we experiment with the things that we like to discover the things we love. We experiment with the things we like to discover the things we love. We experiment with the things we like to discover the things we love. Something about you moving it into a space of them feeling like it's an experiment, like I keep on seeing, is going to allow for that. And I also feel like there's something about another energy around them. And I feel like you have to also do this with someone else around them by helping another person understand that another person needs things a certain way in order to feel stable. And when we care about each other, we don't have to understand the things we need to feel stable. We just need to respect them. We don't have to understand the things that another needs to feel stable. We just have to respect them. That's the other conversation you have to have with someone else. We don't need to understand what another needs to be stable. We just have to respect them there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 5 of Cups in its reversal. I think you got some kind of water and vinegar thing here going on. Like, I got to show you these cards. Like this is the energy of the Sun, and this is the other energy, which is like a bull in a china shop. Okay, this feels like a Sag. This feels like a like this feels like this is like this is like Godzilla energy is what I'm seeing here. Right? I see one person who's like trying to build, I see one person trying to build a house of cards, and then Godzilla shows up. It's what I keep on getting. So I feel like there's something to be navigated as it relates to helping energy appreciate what we need to feel stable, which is honoring boundaries. Like there's a conversation I keep on hearing, like the energy building the house of cards and the energy that's more in Godzilla mode needs to understand that we can all exist, and we don't need to necessarily understand what we need to exist. We just need to honor each other's boundaries within existing in that way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's that's what I see. Like here comes Godzilla. It's like, thank you so much, Hannah, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Hi there, Shannon. And thank you for the follow, dear. Oh, thank you, Desi. It's testing intuition. Yep. Yeah, you did great. I mean, for someone who doesn't do it often, you nailed it. Oh, spot on. Thank you, Hannah. All right. Thank you for that. I mean, it's you guys create the good energy here too. Hi there, dear. That is cool. Oh, this was a personal reading, Shannon. My daughter is in occupational therapy. It's amazing for her, helping their son. Yes, we're very different. I want to go do fun stuff and he doesn't. Yeah, that's what I told you, like, nope. Like this is like I stick to my we do not deviate from the routine. Like this is like this is and this is like we do not deviate from the routine. It comes off, yeah, it comes off to me as him. I don't think this is sad, is what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. Like it's giving, and and I need to point that like that's the different. Like it's I keep on hearing it's like fun in different ways. Like this is the thing. Like I see someone with like a deep internal world of being like, I'm having fun. Like it's like what like yeah. Libra moon, yeah. That 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 Libra moon, man. The thing with the Libra moon, um Libra in a moon placement, uh it can be challenging, you know, because it's working through, it's like it has to do with working through change, you know. It's hard, and I feel like that's the thing about it. Like I feel like there's some kind of work that you have to kind of encourage in helping them understand that I keep on hearing the world around them isn't interrupting like their peace, like getting them in some kind of explorer space, you know, like the ability. I keep on hearing the ability to try new things, like doesn't ruin things. It allows us to learn and expand our horizons, you know. Making a mess makes me sad, but being creative makes a mess. Not being creative makes me sad too. There you go. Right? That's yeah. Yep. That's difficult. Yeah, enjoying hearing you talk. Feels like I have some company. Welcome, Kelly. Maybe do that with him. Make a deal. You do this, and he does that. Yeah, I think he doesn't like things without trying it. So he's set on not liking it. Well, yeah, yeah. There you go. That's exactly what I'm reading. He thinks he doesn't like things, and that's what you have to say to them. Like it's not logical. You can't say you don't like something. And I feel like the best way to do this is bring up the things that they like and reminding them and saying the day was there. There was a day you did not like those until you tried them, right? You maybe even like make a game of it. Say like you have a day that you said is like scientist day. Like this is a day that we're going to try something to see. We're going to expand the things we like by seeing what we don't like. You're so welcome, Fig. He never eats what I cook. It drives me insane. Yeah, I mean, this is like I told you. Like this is someone who's like, this is like I got my routine. I don't like to deviate from it. Is what I keep on seeing. At least one bite. Yep. Good luck. Yep. I'm a Gemini, Sun, Moon, Scorpio rising, and he's can't. Yeah, there. That you see, that's what I meant. Yeah, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Sag, Scorpio rising, and he's Cancer, Sun, Libra, Moon. Oh, you got that dual Scorpio rising too. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like and I feel like the gift, right? The gift that you have is helping is seeing from each other's perspective. So I keep on hearing, don't try to get them to accept your reality, but help them see the fact that there are different ways to experience it, you know? Yeah. The stag is coming out of that deck. Yeah. Hi, Jeremiah. How are you doing? Yeah, there's no sad in those two cards. But no, there's absolutely no sadness here. But I can see it. Like this energy here, looking at that, like this would look like the energy would see this and be like, that looks like, because that's the energy being like, that looks boring, right? Like, and if someone feels bored by structure, they're going to be like, that is depressing. And the energy who looks at not knowing what's going to happen is chaotic, looks at this and goes, oh my gosh, it's like it's chaos, right? Yep, you're so welcome. Thank you. Yep, I again, every day is science day for me. Exactly. You're so welcome. I'm so glad, Hannah, sending you so much support on that journey. All right, and thank you so much. The next person on the list for today is we've got Bridget. Bridget, I think you said you've got a dream on the Discord. Is that correct? And is it outside tea? Yep, I got it. All right, perfect. Cool. All right. And again, guys, we're at 35.9K. When we get to 100K, 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who haven't received it before. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for. We're going to do an intuition test before we start. Ready? I've got an animal. I'm going to count to 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dog. Nobody got it. All right, we'll do that again between the next reading. Thank you guys so much for stretching your intuition legs. All right, we've got outside tea dream, outside dream tea for Bridget. And just a reminder, if you have information that's relevant to our readings, you can always include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channel. All right. Outside tea. The dream. I remember my cousin being there. He had chased off an ex of mine. Someone was telling me about it afterward. I think they were expecting me to be mad about it. I just said, that's okay. If he did it, it must have been deserved. I trust my cousin's intentions. I'm outside in an open barn-like structure, and I'm posting something on the wall with 3 post-its, messages, and I see the word counterpart written on one of them. As my sister's husband walks towards me, I quickly start taking the posts down, like I don't want him to see them. When we meet, I say something like, "No one is here." But he replies, "You're just not in the right spot." He leads me around a corner, and that's when I see it, a party. And it feels like it's for me, family, friends, ancestors, even people I don't consciously recognize, but somehow know are there. They're all gathered. And that's all I remember. Can I get 4 cards, please? Wow. Woof. So it's really, the cards I have here are really beautiful because it's definitely a karmic dream, but I feel like it's a karmic dream that also has a lot of encouragement in it in relationality to where you are and how you're moving right now. Um, you know, the idea that you start the dream with a cousin being there and the cousin chasing off an ex of yours. One of the things that we see that's happening in the space of karmic has to do with the fact that often those we care about honor our choices because they care about us, right? There's something really important about the energy here of the love that we give each other by biting our tongues. And what is the love that is biting our tongue, which is seeing something and knowing that it isn't in the best interest for the person. But that's often why we can't we love each other by honoring each other's choices, which is to say, sometimes if we see someone that like, and we've all had those moments, we sometimes see someone that they're in relationship with, and we don't like that person. But it's not for us to like them, right? It's not our job to like them, but we have to kind of put up with it for the sake of the energy we care about. And there's something about the dream of the cousin chasing away the ex, which is a conversation about the fact that, when we honor ourselves and we make choices that are protective of ourselves, then our loved ones can effectively protect us better, because it allows them to move. I keep on saying it allows them to move. If we're not moving towards someone that isn't for us, then they can effectively protect them from us more effectively. So I feel like the space of the dream may be articulate. It's almost giving me the type of energy of like you coming into like separation with someone and another person being like, "Good riddance. I never liked them. I am overjoyed." Like, I am overjoyed. I am so glad. I am so glad that you chose that, because it allows me to finally, it allows me to finally be in the expression of being able to do the things that I desire to do about that situation. And so I feel like there's something about that, in the conversation of the cousin that chases off the ex, which is to speak towards the observation that you may have as it relates to relationships, where you only discover that someone didn't like someone until you moved away from them, right? It's like a lot of that. And sometimes energy is like waits to say that because they're worried about you getting back together with them. But there's like kind of the energy being like, I'm really glad that's behind you, because to be perfectly honest, I never liked them, right? It's like it's the energy that goes, I don't know why you chose them, right? Because I that just it felt very it didn't feel like a right like the right fit. But this is often, I feel like there's something about that dream space that's trying to talk about the awkward position that we sometimes are experiencing with those that are in proximity to us, that requires them to be in a space that they try to honor our choices. But if they had it their way, they'd rather be they'd rather be like they can't chase someone off if you're choosing them, is what I keep on hearing. You can't chase someone off if you're choosing them. But I keep on seeing that, and I think that that is really important in the space that you even said. And this is the reason I think that this is so important in the space of the dream. You had no idea why they did that. And you even thought that they might have thought that you were expecting them to be mad about it. But this is the revelation point in the dream, because you said it's okay. If he did it, it must have been deserved. Because remember, and we talk a lot about this as it relates to standards. How do we identify what love is? We identify those who love us, who protect us in rooms that we are not in. So, what you basically said in the space of the dream is, if your cousin, if your family in that capacity made a choice, you think, in your heart, in their heart that they did it for the right reasons, because you're like, if they did it because they were honoring my standards, right? It is the affirmation of the energetic, like you basically saying, I know who's on my side. Who's defending I know who's defending my name in rooms that I'm not in. I know they have my best interest. I don't need to understand the reason for their choices. And we sometimes we do this for those we care about, right? It's like those moments we go, yeah, I trust, I trust your judgment. Now this brings us to you effectively being in the open barn and posting on the wall 3 post-its, messages, and you saw the word counterpart written on one of them. Now, the barn has to do with, again, we're seeing more of the, you remember, we talk a lot about the space of the family, right? And we talk about the fact that often when we see buildings in our dream space, they can be indicative of the relationships. So this is indicative of your where your spiritual seat is right now. And so the open barn is effectively you being open to the possibilities of counterpart. You're not chasing after anyone, right? And when we're building into a healthy relationship space, right? When we're in a place of manifesting the relationship that we're looking for, it's not one that feels like we're hunting for it. It feels like we're creating a space where we welcome it, but we're not struggling for it. We're not racing around for it, right? And so this is why they're saying that you're taking that open barn approach as it relates to relationships, and this is the energetic transformation point, because you're not looking for someone, right? But you're leaving yourself open to the possibility that it can arrive, right? That's why the barn doors are open. And the post-it notes are effectively your manifestation goals as it relates to relationships. So again, this is talking about the difference that you're having as it relates to moving towards your manifestations. You're no longer chasing after someone. You've got the notes. You know what you're looking for. You got your list. You got your list. You got your list. And it's the counterpart list, the qualities and characteristics that you're saying that another needs to embody in order to be able to come into union with them. So them coming into union with you. So that is the energy of you attracting energy rather than chasing after it. Now, when you said, right, when you said, you saw your sister's husband coming in and you felt embarrassed and you started taking them down, you didn't want him to see it. And you said nobody's here. It was almost the fact that you're taking that approach, it feels a little embarrassing, right? Like that modality of being like, I'm worried they think it's not working because I'm all alone. But he replies, you're just not in the right spot. And that the modality of you coming out of the barn and seeing your family there is the articulation of the celebration that they have, because it's showing you how they may have perceived what was going on in your own situation, which is, again, if these were situations in the past where you always felt like you needed someone to feel stable, if you always felt like you needed someone to feel stable, your family is celebrating the fact that you now have your own barn, right? And even in the space that you feel embarrassed because you say to them, I don't have anyone, they're like, come over here. I just need to show you something. Because that's the energy that feels that you're finally in a space that you can welcome someone in that is worthy of you, rather than feeling the need to chase after someone who is not. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this is beautiful because it feels like a celebration as it relates to your transformation, right? It is the, again, a lot of these dreams that we see in that space are talking about the ending of an energetic cycle, right? Something that feels like wasn't necessarily healthy for you, or something that feels like it wasn't in alignment to you. Because I keep on getting a lot of indications that, like, a lot of that space of healing that's occurred, like all of these dreams keep articulating to you. And this is why I like doing dream work with my clients. They're giving a lot of indications that the energy that you're in right now is one that feels like it's in preparation for meeting an energetic counterpart, because you'd like it, but you don't need it, right? It's like you want it, but you don't. You're not, like, not everything is hinging on it, right? It's that open barn approach, if you will, in relationality to relationship, which says you're not grabbing for it. It's not the focus point of your existence, which allows the energy to come in that feels like a celebration. The wedding that we saw that was occurring, right? They're welcoming the fact that you're in the vibration by which you can allow good things in instead of chasing after bad. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Kath, you are the next person on the list. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Now's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to, you'll be the third person read for. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on as well via my tree that is links in my bio. Also, friends, we are at 39.1K likes on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. All right. Ooh, hold on a minute. I'm just reading over the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. A smaller house bear. I like that. I like that. That's kind of like an anteater. I just named everyone on the old McDonald farm. I like that. A smaller house bear. We have a great farm. Yes. Just around the corner. Yes, they are. Well, the 4th card was the Knight of Cups, which is the energy of the family celebrating the fact that you're in a space that you're willing to welcome in new energy, not chasing after bad energy. Yes, and healing. Thank you for renewing your heart needs. Sometimes it appears to some that something isn't good for them, but they need more info. This is true, Ella. But this is why often those who care about us, they bite their tongue. Like, sometimes those who care about us, this is why sometimes they bite their tongue. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, thank you as well. My family was never quiet about their dislike for a person I was dating. But the fact that they could chase after them, right? They can chase them away knowing that you're not going to chase after them. Like, that is the breakthrough point. Yes. What's interesting too is my family would say, why don't you give them one more chance? Interesting when it's someone that they liked. Yeah. So like that is the interesting thing in relationality to the discernment, because it's talking more about the fact that you put a lot of import on the judgment of your family because you know that they have your intentions, your best intentions to heart. Yep. The cousin who would not even need to know about the relationship if they were an ex. Exactly. Would say good riddance, exactly. "Hi there, Shelby, happy Sunday." Yeah, it was strange, it felt almost like a wedding, exactly. "I'm not chasing anything or anyone, I need peace. Continue to do so, Imagine." Yeah, my family's been constantly telling me to just settle down, and I'm like, "No, thanks." But that's what's interesting because and that's what I meant in relationality to you kind of hiding, like you kind of hiding the notes, right? When another person entered, like that space of saying, like, you wouldn't understand. I don't really settle for anything. Now they just assume I'll be alone. Like that's my identity now. Kathy, you're next, dear. One moment. Next summer I'll be barefoot. Hi there, Kath. It's in the notes. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Outside tea, excellent. I think my family will have a hard time when I come into union. Guess we're gonna find out. All right. Let's see here. Only one way to find out. Okay. One moment. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Great time to get on the list right now if you'd like to. And if you have information that's relevant to our reading, you can always include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it if you are a subscriber in our subscriber only Discord channel. Okay. You're so welcome, Bridget, and thank you so much for sharing that dream with us. I'm also known as the girl who's switching partners and not married. Yeah. Sending you support, Per. Thank you guys for supporting each other. It's called dating. Switching partners, it's called dating. I love that. I passed the expired date. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I do not want to get I do want to get a reading soon, but not sitting next to my BF next time. Anytime you want, Desi, whenever you want to, right? Thank you for finding us. All right, we're going to do another intuition check before we get started on this reading for Kathleen. All right, ready, guys? All right, you got 10 seconds. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swan. Swan. All right, let's continue now with Kath. We'll do that again after we do this reading. All right. This is outside tea, Kath. That's kind of like a flamingo. It's a bird. All right. I mean, it's kind of giraffe, long neck, swan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I see it. I see it. I see it. All right. Kath, this is outside tea. All right. And we got a dream coming through. All right. A lot of dreams today. I'm here for it. All right. All right, what do we got here? I had this weird dream and my grandma was in it. In the dream, my mom and my sister are also there. And my sister left her baby to me because she needs to go out early. And my mom left earlier as well. So the baby's sleeping, and my grandma's standing right beside the sofa looking after the baby. And it was raining so hard, as I recall. We also need to go outside as if we should be heading home. Unfamiliar with the place we're at. I'm in gathering our luggage And then in the dream, I recall that I also brought a stand up fan, an electric fan. And as I was trying to disassemble it and put it in the box, some guy helped me out, but we couldn't put it inside the box because of the weird cutouts of the box, as if we needed to disassemble the fan part by part. That's mostly what I remember when I woke up. Makes sense. Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please, for Kath on the dream, please. Oh, 5 cards. Yeah. It's about inner child healing. The baby is your inner child. And the space by which you said that in the dream, um, your mom and your sister left you with the baby is potentially to talk about the space of potentially having to navigate some kind of childhood trauma of childhood trauma, right? When like the mom and the mother and the sister leaving you with the child is the energy of leaving you to have to navigate and take care, like to work through something. And this is often why we talk about the fact that it's hard for us to do inner child healing, with those that we've grown up with, because usually that's where the source of that's usually where the source of it came from. Like that's like, right, you can't heal, sometimes you can't heal some things with the energy that's the source of it. But that's the why we see the fact that you are in connection with the grandmother, because this is often why, again, a healthy grandmother energy can feel incredibly productive to heal with, because I need to point out, um, they've got the tea. Like grandma's got the tea on why someone's like the way they are, right? And often, if we have a healthy relationship, if we're fortunate, if we're blessed to have a healthy relationship with, like a grand energy, it can help us with the inner child healing, because grandma or grandpa can be like, well, yeah, they've always been that way. You know what I mean? Like they've always been that way. We can see things, like we can see, they can help us get perspective on something by unifying in the fact, and this is how we heal, right? We need to heal. Like often we heal by someone being like, no, I see it too, right? And listen, like our healing, like this is why sometimes, like in the right with the right energetic connection with the right person in our family dynamic, we can start healing trauma even as it's happening, because the ability to heal from trauma is just somebody who says, like, I see it too. The minute they say I see it too, you're like, oh, thank goodness. You know what I mean? Like it's like whoo, it's not just you. I see it too. Boom, now you're able to heal from some trauma. So I would not be surprised if either this is energy or work that you had the gift of being able to do in the presence of a connection in the tangible space, or if this is someone reaching out to you in spirit. I keep on seeing that the message of the grandmother is, I see it too. I see it too. You're not the only one. I know all about it. I've been dealing with it for years, right? And in that moment that we feel unified in our perspective, our ability to see something, we can start to figure out what to do with it, which is why when it started to rain outside, right? You started being productive, right? You're like, I got to get away from this. It's the observation of recognizing, and I feel like everything about the dream, and this is the painful thing about trauma. Sometimes the only way to heal from trauma is to get away from the trauma. You can't heal from something if it's all around you, because if something's all around you and you're the only one healing, you're gonna be like you become the energetic problem. You know what I mean? Like like if you're trying to heal and two people are carrying the same trauma, right? If you're trying to heal and two people are carrying the same trauma, then it's a numbers game. It's like you're gonna feel like you're gonna feel they're gonna make you feel like your healing is the energetic problem, right? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you like this? And being like, you know what I mean? It's like that moment that you're just like you're speechless because it's like the trauma that's coming from like it's like everybody who's got the trauma making you feel that you're the weird one because you're like you're not accepting the trauma for what it is. So that's why we saw that was you being like, I got to get this baby out of here. It's not safe here, right? There's almost like that like you said, like water's rising. Like that space of being like, you saw the rain and you're like, this is not gonna, like, I'm not gonna wait for the day that this inevitably stops. I'm just gonna get somewhere safer, right? So that's why we saw that this is you kind of navigating that healing, because instead of waiting around for something to fix itself, you just started gathering luggage. You're like, I gotta get some distance from something to be able to clear my head, to be able to really unlock that healing. And this brings us into the issue with the fan, because this is talking about relationships. And this is the difficulty point. We had a whole collective about this today. What is the difficulty point of healing from trauma? In order to navigate something, you had to get a fan out. And I need to point this out. The fan is necessary because you have to understand you were in a wet environment. You were trying to keep the water from coming in. So you needed to put this fan together because the standing fans that you're talking about are often utilized to do what? To keep something dry. So this could talk about the fact that you may have had to learn some ability to disassociate to be able to navigate some kind of trauma. When there's emotion all around you, all of that water, the only way to survive, to emotionally survive all of that water, was to learn how to disassociate, turn on the fan. I don't feel anything now. Now I'm a rock. I can't let it affect me. I can't let someone, I feel like this is a situation where maybe potentially someone was trying to have a lot of emotional pleas, right? And so having to come into a space of having to disassociate was you creating the fan within yourself. But this is the problem, because when we enter a relationship, the thing that you needed to create to be able to survive the trauma, the fan, if you will, now it's creating a problem in relationship, which is you said, the strange man who's trying to help you put it back in the box, but you can't fit it back in the box. It's not that easy. Once you create the fan, once you create the ability to disassociate, and this is why this is often what we experience with Aquarian energy. I would be surprised if you have Aquarian placements. It's easy to turn off feelings, but once you get too used to being able to disassociate, it becomes a big, big problem in healthy relationship, because you could be having a very emotional conversation and that trigger hits from the trauma that says you could turn this off in any minute. You don't like this? Now I'm not feeling it. I don't feel anything. So that ability of understanding that the only way to move forward, the only way to progress past the trauma, is to learn to disassemble it. That is the conversation that we are having in relationality to healthy partnership, that says that the work, right? The work that you had to learn, the thing that you had to teach yourself to survive the trauma, to protect the inner child, the ability to disassociate, is now the work that you have to potentially work on disassembling within the self, in order to be able to perpetuate a connection that you're not just departing when things get emotional, because it's because potentially you may feel that there's anxiety, that you have a trigger when it occurs, potentially an intimacy wound, in not feeling safe when another person becomes emotional around you, given the fact of the experience that we saw with the rain, and feeling like the ability of the emotions that are directed at you that make you feel like you potentially have the possibility of drowning within them. Bottom of the deck, and this could be something that potentially you learned from your grandmother, which is also the fact that you see the fact that they were also in a space of composure as you were trying to heal the inner child. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So this is a conversation. The dream itself is a conversation in relationality to the non-linear experience of healing. And it's all articulated by the purpose of the fan. You had to protect the inner child from the water, potentially from the water that you experienced from the mutual trauma between mother and daughter and sister. And so the way that you found to protect yourself from that, protecting the inner child, required you to have a fan, which says, turn it off. Turn off the feelings. I'm not going to be affected by your emotions. But now that you're in a safe space, right, you want to take that luggage, you want to move forward from that trauma, you're finding that the same thing that you learned in the trauma environment is exactly the thing that you're working to disassemble. Because that same disassociative state that was needed in order to survive will also block a healthy energetic connection, because you have to emotionally connect with another person in order to build a healthy relationship. So this is saying that you're in the process of understanding that you should be celebrating, because the dream itself is the articulation point of trying to show, like, is you kind of realizing where that work is and how difficult it is once you make the fan. Making the fan is easy. It's disassembling the fan that can be so difficult. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. If you get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Great time to get on the list. List is nice and short. Next person we're reading for today. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 43.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be giving a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. 1 minute. It's a bird. It's a bird. Hold on a moment. How are you doing today? No problem, Desi. Whenever you want to have a reading. Good to see you, Rainbow. Not sure the topic of conversation, but 47 divorced. We swear and may swear updating. Take your time, Rainbow. Give yourself space to heal and honor where you are right now. Every dream's about family today. Well, listen, we got a lot of that Cancerian energy coming up that can often bring a lot of the family stuff through. All right. It's a fancy bird. It's a fancy bird. A flamingo and a swan are fancy birds. You got me there. Outside, it's kind of, yep, and thank you. Whoop, whoop. I love how everybody gets a popcorn out for the dreams. That's like saying a bear is like an opossum, but you've been missing the correlations, Rainbow. They've been fantastic today. I don't remember my dream, but MGK was there. I don't know who MGK is. Tomato belladonna. Every dream is about family. Yeah, it is. Just surprised my grandma's also there. But I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's something about the energy of the grandma being a guide, helping you realize, like, make you feel like some kind of point of stability that you weren't alone. No, it's okay. The sleepiness, it's a Cancerian energy we're hitting right now, Rainbow. Comes with the territory. Oh my God, I feel this. T plus love, unconditionally. Yes. Yeah, I received more wisdom from my grandma while I'm growing up. Yeah. So something about the grandma helping you heal something. Oh, it's clear now. Only my grandma can see it. Yes. Ornery comes from a connection of ordinary, which comes from things being in order. I thought ornery was more connected to like birds, but that's interesting. My grandmother on my mother's side was my favorite family member. I got to love our nanas. That's beautiful. Order comes from things being arranged in line, cotton in. That's fair. Agree. Sometimes I feel like I need to get away and be in solitude. Don't you dare healing. Yes, exactly. Try then look at you like the outsider. Supposed to go down to a family gathering right now and don't really want to. So exhausting. Sending you support, Rainbow. You good for us now, energy. Yes. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. Yes. Thank you as well, Little Vamp. I feel that. I don't feel anything. Bang into a wall. Still don't feel it now. Take your time, Desi. I hope continue to do that work to come back to yourself. We really do have the same wounds. Thank you for supporting each other. My nervous system isn't fried. I don't know the word for it. Well, I hope being here helps you figure out how you're feeling about it, Desi. That's how hyper independency is created. Exactly. Oh, there's a correlation to the fan. I thought it was weird. I'm trying to move out, and then there's a fan that I need to bring with me. Yep. That's what you needed. That was the tool you needed to survive the storm. I disassociated so much I would float away to the point of non-existence. Thank you for supporting each other in the comments. I can't drive because I'll disassociate. Take time on that journey, Desi. Sending you support, dear. I've done major root chakra healing for the past 15 years. That's fantastic, Bridget. Sending you so much support on that. That's deep. Thank you for this reading. Thank you for sharing that dream with us, Kath. Is it possible to heal intimacy wounds alone? Yes. I mean, it's harder. You know, it's more difficult because, often the intimate like we can start to try, but we have to identify what the source of the wound is, right? Everything is possible. Some things are intimacy wounds are harder to heal in solitude generally, because often intimacy wounds are created by a violation of energetic intimacy. So having someone there to help us through something, to help us regain that, like that can be very supportive to it, but it's not necessary, you know? I'm still on the healing journey and I feel like I need to focus more on my inner child healing. Well, I feel like this dream, like if that was the case, I feel like the dream was an answer to that desire. Yeah. You know? I believe loving yourself. Yeah, absolutely. Loving yourself is the first step. And also like letting go of any feelings of shame or blame is also very helpful. Kath, it helps to just pay attention to your child, cuddle and play with it. Beautifully said. Can you put my sister on? Yes, absolutely. All right. I've got them added, dear. Okay, where that was from yesterday, right? Hold on. When am I what that was the when was that? One sec. This is yesterday. Okay. I got you, Bridget. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Oh, Machine Gun Kelly. I don't goldfish, Thank you. I know who that is now that you give the full name. Okay. All right. Thank you as well, Rosemary. You're so welcome, Kath. I think it's because he seems like a good dad. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, Nonna Maria. I love that. Yep. Yeah, I know who it is. I know now. I mean, I just needed the full name. I was like, who? Yep. Got it. All right. I've been disassociated my whole life. Hard to fully feel things, have moments. Take that time. It takes time, It takes time to come back to ourselves. Are we ever going to hit 50K? I don't know. It's like, it's slow today. It's slow with the tapping. It's okay. We're 46. I have faith in us. Never healing. Oh, great. Never healing the intimacy wounds from hibernation. Sending you support, little vamp. Finding someone I finally trust. Opening up to them, feeling acceptance. Then all that reversing. Sending you support, rainbow. I know. It's difficult. I was told it was my fault. Who knows? Maybe it was. Again, I want you to continue to do that work and recognizing what is within you to change versus what another wanted to change within you. I was so focused on this reading. Oh, thank you, Ruby. All right. Okay, guys. So we're going to now do the next person on the list for today is Rosemary. Rosemary, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if a specific question you'd like me to answer? In the meantime, we're doing another intuition check. Ready? I've got it here. I'm going to give it the count of 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Frog. Thank you guys for playing. We'll do that again between readings. Rosemary, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You're exactly. Thank you guys. Jamie, thank you for the follow. Marco Polo. I've been seeing frogs a lot lately. I saw a snail yesterday, which was cool. Snail. All right. The frog, it's I feel like, I mean, the frog changes depending on who's reading for it. But like the frog can often be like just doing the hard part first. You know what I mean? Like just like it like embracing like the difficulty point, just going for it. Like, it's like a lot of that like band-aid rip moment. I have no future job in guessing cards. You gotta practice. Frog connected to metamorphosis and transformation. Yep, that's two. Change is hard. And taking a leap of faith. Yep, I heard it uses its eyes to swallow. That's weird. Leap first. Okay, second call for Rosemary. You have a frog tattoo. That's so cool. Guys, make sure that you give Adina a follow. We had a beautiful podcast a few months ago. So good to see you, dear. Rosemary, I've met my divine masculine. Woo! We live at a distance. I'm overthinking. He is my wish. Okay. Excellent. So am I getting some advice in terms of the healing from the overthinking? Yes. And what does he think? Okay, I got it. Can I get 4 cards, please? Advice about this energetic connection. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I think that the thing that I'm seeing in relationality to this is um, there's something really important to be recognized and identified as it relates to practicing patience. You know, and I keep on seeing that. I feel like I see you healing your relationship to silence in some way, shape, or form. I feel like I see some kind of past relationship that used to use silence against you in some fashion. And I think that this is potentially like, I feel like there's something energy that's healing the relationship to silence sometimes needs to have reassurance, is what I keep on seeing, which is the quietude, like the quietude that is indicative of everything being fine versus the quietude of versus the quietude of like someone like that's what I mean. Like this is just someone, like there was some like heavy and like I feel like you have to talk to someone about this. You have to say to someone used to punish me with silence. um you may want to have a conversation about Though sometimes this is helpful for those who are healing the relationship to silence by saying, I need taps. And taps are just like those moments of potentially even having some kind of like symbol that you send to one another that says like, I don't need to communicate with you right now. I just want reassurance that you're still there, right? I don't need a full on conversation. I just need a little tap of reassurance. Um, so you may want to have if this is something that you're struggling with, you may want to start to say, like, um, you may want to walk someone through this. You may want to say, like, listen, I'm healing, like I know, and this is what often happens to those who survive trauma with someone who tries to like punish them um by not responding is what I keep on seeing. Like some kind of energetic volatility I keep on seeing, where I keep on hearing like the silence that you were experiencing from another person was one that was like, I keep on hearing like pregnant with punishment, or some kind of situation where it feels like someone was and intentionally ignoring you. Um, and I feel like you can have, if you're feeling like this can be really painful because it can sometimes create those moments that everything's fine, but our mind starts racing because I keep on hearing, not because it's like the mind doesn't race because it's creating something. It's racing because of something that we previously experienced. So you may want to communicate that to another person and say, I might just send you like these, like, I might just send you, like, I need, I'm healing from something where, like someone just disappeared, right? I'm healing from the trauma of someone that used to just pull disappearing acts on me. So in those moments saying, I think that's something that, and that's why I keep on hearing like tapping can help with that. Because when we tap, it's like you say, like, look, I'm just going to send you like this little emoji. If you could just send it back to me, I don't necessarily need reassurance. I don't need to have a conversation with you. I just want to know you're still there. I want to know you're still there. I want to know that you care, because that's the ability that says when I start feeling anxious, or when I start feeling that anxiety that raises, like that is the energy that can immediately move into a space of reassurance by being reminded that someone isn't going anywhere. So I feel like there's something about that here that is important, because I see, and I need to point this out. Healthy energy does not punish us for carrying trauma, so long as we articulate what it is that we're healing from. And that's what I keep on seeing, is making sure that you're not being reactive. Make sure that you're communicating through something effectively. Um, I see someone here as well. Like I see some kind of energy that um, feels frustrated, that, like, I keep on hearing like the issue that's occurring between you and another person right now are logistics. So the other thing I want to see, I think that's going to help, is make sure that you're building that plan in relationality to what it is that you're working on changing from with one another. Because I keep on hearing like, um that, and I keep on hearing patience is fortified with a plan, which is to say, like, it's not the space of feeling something and not being sure as to what's going to happen. But the gift that we give each other in partnership is having clarity in relationality to what we can expect. So I want you guys talking, like, I want you to be talking about what those manifestation goals are. I want you to be talking about, like, what it is that you hope to have with one another, because I keep on seeing that, like, you know, dream like dreams are what we do with logistical nightmares, is what I keep on hearing. Right? The ability to come into a place of practical solutions and finding some kind of reprieve. Like, I just keep on seeing, like, the ability to recognize what the shape of something will look like, right? Like, what I keep on hearing, what is the shape of this? What is it, like, what is it that we're trying to, like, create? What is it that we're trying to change? I keep on hearing, make sure that you're having heavy conversations as it relates to what it is that you aspire and desire to create together. Because I keep on seeing the feelings are there, the emotionality is there, but make sure that your manifestation goals, in terms of, like, what you see, like, the like, what your ideal is. I keep on hearing, like, having those conversations, saying, like, what is your ideal relationship? How do you ideally see this occurring? What are we going to do to kind of bridge the gap? Like, I keep on hearing, like, talk about what that bridge is, right? To be able to identify and make sure that you're not just building into the connection of what you feel energetically, but there's also clarity of intention on what the future holds. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords. Um, you know, I keep on seeing, like, make sure, like, I keep on hearing, talk about manifestation goals sooner rather than later. The conversation about what it is that you ultimately want should not be one that you wait upon. It should be the first conversation, not the last conversation, because what you want to avoid is potentially building into an energetic connection with someone only to discover that you have very different perspectives on what it is that you ultimately see for yourselves. So I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship is fortified by a hard conversation about what the future holds. It doesn't mean, I keep on hearing, it doesn't mean that we're committing to it, right? We can talk about the future without committing to that future, but the ability to share the manifestation goal helps us to make sure that we're not building into an energetic connection where our aspiration is different than another's aspiration. So I keep on hearing, don't wait to have that conversation. Don't wait. I keep on hearing, like, don't wait until um like don't wait until the feeling is right. Let the feeling be fortified by the conversation, because everything I keep on seeing here is, like, I see something that is like, the connection is good, but there feels like there's a little bit of confusion in relationality to what it means ultimately, right? Like what this actually looks like in the long term. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're on the same page in relationality to what the long term goals are, because everything you need to know, like, the question of the connection is like, the connection itself is unquestionable. It's not about the intensity of the connection, but you want to make sure that the intensity of the connection is matched with the clarity as it relates to the manifestation goals. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading, but we also reached 50K. So we will be doing that giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us to get to that milestone. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Rosemary. Hi there, Gregory. Cheryl, thank you for the follow. Okay. I know, finally someone with a counterpart. There is hope on the horizon. Yes, and we got to 50K. I wonder if he has a brother. Oh, I thought, hold on. Excellent. I thought I had one. Ghosting from a past relationship. Yes. I just watched a really cool Birdland. Oh, that's awesome, Ruby. What kind was it? Desi nailed it. Yeah, there's hope. Thank you for pointing that out. The bird in the next, name the bird in the next intuition game. I like that. Once we are all healed. I did that at the end. Silence and withdrawal if I cross boundaries for or of too long on messages. Oh, sending you so much support, Rainbow. I've already surrendered divine timing. Oh, I know you bought a kitty. Seem like your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. A little treat, yes, following the bliss. He does show me and is responsive. I'm very glad to hear that. Cats solve everything. Yes. Recommend getting a pair if possible. Get 7, get 8. Thanks. I'll consider it. It needs a clearance for my mom, though. Understood. That's fabulous. Happy for you. Logistics of distance. Yeah. And Janice, thank you for purchasing an auto renewal, dear. Good to see you today. He doesn't speak of the future with me exactly. So make sure, I keep on hearing like, make sure you're having the conversation on what those manifestation goals are. Like talk, I keep on hearing talk about them sooner rather than later to make sure that you guys are on the same page. I'm going to have to take care. Can I do one card early? Yeah, I can do that for you, Rainbow. Just let me know what your question is, because I know you're taking care of your child today. If he doesn't speak about future, start conversations. Yes, build that bridge, like sooner rather than later. You're so welcome, Rosemary. Excellent. Move out like you intended. We're getting a cat or I'm leaving. Like that. That's more possible, of course. Of course. All right. All right, we're going to continue right now. So what are we seeing? We've got the list right now. We're going to do the 50K giveaway. Can I get one card about what's going on with that energy? That's a huge question for one card, Rainbow. I feel like it's more about them knowing what they want. You know, like I see someone that like they're trying to find themselves. I keep on hearing when we're trying to find ourselves, we're not necessarily in a healthy space to love because everything feels like I feel like they're searching for something outside the self instead of looking for something within. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I see even there like that Ace of Wands. You know, like I feel like that's the difficulty that I'm recognizing in some kind of energetic connection, which is to say that like I feel like there needs to be a clarity of intention because if there was someone building a connection, but they never clarified, like what they ultimately saw between you, I keep on hearing like healthy relationship, like makes their intentions clear. They don't they don't see what another person is offering. Like I keep on hearing like in that space, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bee, right? Like I see someone that's kind of inhabiting a little bit more of a fickle energy, which is again like like that ability of bouncing back and forth to things, right? Like I keep on hearing I don't like this isn't a manifestation goal. We have to be clear in relationality to what our ultimate intentions are. Thank you so much and sending you support on that journey, Rainbow. All right, we're doing that 50K giveaway right now. How are you doing today, Donnies? All right, so we got to 53.9K likes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to think of a number right now between, hold on a minute. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see. Queen got it. Congratulations, Queen. That was fast. Thank you so much for doing that. We will be doing that again when we get to 100K. I am going to be closing the list, though. So if anyone else, yeah, I'm going to say the list is, yeah, I'm going to say, I want to make sure we've got time for 1 cards. So I'm going to say that the list is closed right now. All right. Oh, good job, Queen. Very quick. All right. The next person, but if anyone wants to get on the list, it was 34. If anyone wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list now. You'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. All right. And we're also, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. I believe we're reading for your sister. We've got two more people coming through. We got 2 more readings before we go into the 1 cards. All right. Excellent. Have a great day, Fig. Hi, dear. Is Mary the person we're reading for? Excellent. I know that was super fast. All right, before we get started on their reading, we're going to do another intuition test. All right, I've got the card here. I'm going to count to 10. Go ahead and put your guesses in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, purple, 2, 1. We got the ram. I don't know if anyone got it this time. What's a dot? What's a dot, Bridget? All right. Thank you guys so much. Let's keep it up. Let's keep stretching those muscles. All right. Purple. Horns look like snakes. Here we go. Here we go. Appropriate today. Understood. All right. Where were we? Okay. So just reading over. V, we'll be there. We'll be there. Yeah. We'll be there in just a moment. Okay. We got 2 more readings and we'll be doing 1 cards. All right. So in Aries, yes, I'm Moran, lol. Okay. Have a good one, Rainbow. Okay. Can I please, I'm looking, okay, hi there, Mary is, okay. All right, can I get clarity on what's going on in the career front? Four cards, please. Wow. I feel like you're going to have to make a decision. This is big decision card here. I see you in the midst of having to make like a hard decision. Did you apply for something you used to be at? Because I keep on hearing it, it feels like something connected to your past. You know? I'm just picking up something here. I would definitely pay attention. Like if you haven't, I keep on seeing, make sure that you're reaching out. I keep on saying, don't wait, reach out. Reach out to past places. Tell them you're looking. This is not, I keep on saying, get ahead of it. Something about reaching out to someone, like I keep on hearing, like putting feelers out, which is saying like, is there, like, I just want to let you know, I keep on hearing, I just want to let you know I'm open to the possibilities, you know? because something I'm seeing something about an opportunity that is coming towards you by means of you pursuing it and saying, and so I almost see hear someone saying, like, what are you, psychic? Like, I can see somebody being like, I can hear somebody saying, how did you know? I was just about to post something, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing, I want you opening up your address book. I want you reaching out and saying, like, hey, I just wanted to see, I'm open to new opportunities. If anything comes up, I just wanted to let you know I would be very interested if something were to arrive. Because I just keep on hearing messages around something in relationality to shortcutting a process, or someone feeling like really relieved in some way, shape, or form, of somebody saying, like, I'm really glad you let me know that because I keep wondering, I'm really glad you let me know that because I was just about to, is what I keep on hearing. So, like, especially like with this Knight of Swords energy, this is saying don't wait for it. Like, this is saying don't look around. I mean, you can look around, obviously. You can look around, obviously, but they're saying you should be the one striking. You should be the one. Like, I keep on hearing you. I see you handing your business card out. I see you putting yourself out there. I feel like I see you like saying, like, I just thought I would check just in case. And something about you saying just in case. Somebody saying, like, I'm very glad. Your timing. I keep on hearing someone, you saying just in case. I hear another person saying your timing couldn't have been more perfect. Something about that, just in case, being your timing couldn't have been more perfect. I do feel like there is something about it that does articulate a hard decision that one needs to make, you know? There is something here. But I almost see, like, I don't even, like, it's funny. I almost see you moving away from something and not caring if there's hard feelings. You know what I mean? I feel like I almost feel like I don't know what this is I'm picking up on, but I almost see you having a conversation with someone that of them saying, like, this is highly inconvenient, and you being like like, I almost see you, like, you can tell, you know what you can do with your, like, I almost feel like I see you saying, like, you know what you can do with your inconvenience, because, like, I don't know, I feel like you and another person, like, I feel like it's like, I feel like there's something about you feeling like another person has their priorities, like, way out of whack. You know what I mean? Like, this feels deep. This feels deep. Like, this is like, I don't know what this is, but this feels a little bit like I like, I don't like, I don't know what's going on between you and the other person, but you're like, I don't, I really, like, I feel like I see you just, like, shaking your head being like, I really don't like, it's like, it's the type of energy where it's like when you feel like another person has, like, way different beliefs, is this is like, you know, like, this is saying to me, like, this is like, I feel like this is, there's something here that's like, it's cutting to the quick, because I can see the fact that it's the way somebody looks at the world, is what I keep on seeing. That is the problem, and that's the thing about it. Like, I almost see you, like, moving away from something and being like, I can't fix your heart. You should do something about that. You know, like, it's like you gotta, like, go fix your heart. Like, somebody being like, is there anything we can, like, I can see somebody being like, is there anything we can do to get you to stay? And you being like, you go fix your heart, and maybe we can talk. Like, you go fix your heart, and you can get back to me. You know, like like if you find some empathy and you're able to put the empathy in your heart, like, maybe we can start talking. But until that day comes, good day, sir. It's a lot of that, like, good day, sir. You know, um, So I need to stress this. Make it like this should not, don't be look, I keep on no binoculars handing out like you can do binoculars too, but like mostly I see you like this is you like taking the initiative is what I something about taking the initiative is going to be really beneficial to you. Yeah, I keep on hearing, remember, don't wait, always patient, never waiting. A watch pot never boils. So there's no waiting on this. Like move in the directionality, like keep yourself busy. Like I keep on hearing, like stack up the nose right now. Because something about you doing a little bit of double checking and being like, I just thought, doesn't hurt to ask kind of energy. Like something about you saying like doesn't hurt to ask is going to feel like energetically. I almost like I see someone being I appreciate your initiative. I see you saying, I hear somebody saying like, and I keep on hearing a no now. Like, remember, a no now is you planting the seeds, right? Getting a no could be a not yet. So I keep on seeing like being like, I just want to check. So continue to be in that vibration. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Mary. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would, and just hold your, hold your tongue on it. Whatever it is, don't take, I feel like somebody's trying to pick a fight with you. Don't. You know what I mean? Recognize if it's productive. Yeah, I know how hard that is. But let, like I keep on hearing, let your fingers do the talking, is what I keep on hearing. Let your fingers do the talking. Like keep not here. Okay. It's like, not here, okay? Take out the frustration in looking for something. Okay, like Rocky the search, not the person, is what I keep on hearing. Rocky the search, not the person. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connect, even if they deserve it, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. The list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list, if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll do another giveaway. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. Ramonda, I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here, but sending you support on that journey. All right. And Ava, I've got you on for tomorrow, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading. All right. I teach middle school right now. I'm not sure if I should go with middle school or high school. It feels, I keep on, you know, the fact that I saw the page, of Pentacles against the King, it feels like it might be you moving into something younger is what I'm identifying. I haven't applied to anything yet, but I have my paperwork ready. I'm just waiting to see the openings. Yep. I'm afraid I can't, we don't do pregnancy readings here, Amanda. Sending you support on that journey. High school equals hormones, yes. Like at a place where unless you can pay my bills, you can't be mad. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes. Oh my God, right. This is where I am. Thank you for confirmation. It is ick energy. I'm tired of working with some of my current colleagues. Yes. Got it. Thank you for confirming. Absolutely. I like that you guys know who I'm talking about. She's sending you support. She needs therapy, but doesn't. She thinks she doesn't. Isn't that always the case, man? Isn't it always? That's always the case. The way it works, right? Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon. If you'd like to renew, yeah, definitely get the word out. Yes, you get my card, and you get my card. Yes, like I am available. Like it's like, yeah, I should just literally walk into schools and tell them. Yep. Right. Absolute. Thank you. Hold your tongue. You have to, got it. I know. Let your fingers do the talking. Hi there, Hardy. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. All right. The next person on the list for today is Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person tomorrow. As I wait for Queen's question, we're going to do an intuition test. All right. I've got the card. You got 10 seconds. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, bubblegum, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goose. All right. Nobody got it. I like hot dog and bubblegum though. Those are good options. All right. Second call right now for Queen of Swords. If Queen of Swords is not here, we are going to move into one card readings for subscribers. Oh, I got Queen. Never mind. Everyone pause on the one cards, please. All right. I closed my eyes and said duck or goose. That's amazing, Ella. Amazing. Well done, Queen. A reading about my spiritual path. I got you, dear. 4 cards, please, for Queen. 4 cards, please. Doesn't matter if people like your spiritual path. It's your spiritual path. You know? I keep on seeing like there's something about, I feel like there's something important um, that's happening right now um, in relationality to your spiritual path. And like, I keep on getting the message in relationality to um, like working through, I feel like there's a lot of energy right now around you that's working through like the space of fear. And I keep on hearing um, a healthy spiritual journey is not a scary place, is all I keep on hearing. Like a healthy spiritual journey is not a scary place because we navigate we navigate through our fear. We navigate through our fear in a way that feels energetically productive. And I think that's important because I feel like there is like a little bit of this energy around you that feels like forced shadow work. And sometimes forced shadow work can be those moments that you doubt yourself, right? And the world around you feels like, are you sure? You know what I mean? Like, are you sure? You know, like a lot of that anxiety that comes up that feels like it makes us want to question ourselves. And I like to point out when we're on a healthy spiritual journey and we hear, are you sure? We go, did I stutter? You know, like, did I stutter? Did I stutter? Because it's coming into the space of being able, and I know sometimes it can feel hard when we have those moments, but this is what we often have to embody when we're coming through and recognizing our own confidence, which is the confidence. I keep on hearing confidence is not conditional, right? It's the ability to, I keep on hearing, it's like the ability to do something that feels like it's energetically fortifying. And that's why I keep on seeing that I feel like a lot of the work that I see that you're embodying right now, like on your spiritual path. And I actually feel like I feel like the ironic point of it is I feel like it's kind of calling on you to embrace your username, right? Because, and that's what I mean with like that Queen of Swords energy, which is like, when the world says to us, like, are you sure? Like, what does the Queen of Swords say? Queen of Swords says, did I stutter? It's a lot of that space that creates that like sense of balance and center within ourselves. And I feel like a lot of it is I kind of see that I feel like I kind of have this like kind of bear energy around you. And the reason I feel like there's that bear energy is like a bear does not a bear does not shake in the face of uncertainty. A bear gets bigger, you know? And I keep on seeing like there's something about that. Like I almost feel like it's working there's something to be said about working on your own like power of presence to a certain extent, right? Which is to say, like I keep on hearing it's like you honoring your no, and I keep on hearing um if someone like comes towards you, and I keep on hearing too like it's not courteous to ask for the same thing over and over and over again. Because when we ask for the same thing over and over and over again, and another person has articulated our needs, it's clear that someone isn't listening, you know? And I feel like there's a little bit of this energy here that is requiring you, like I see it's like it's requiring you like not to be reactive, but have to kind of like take on like a little like when someone's not being reasonable, the only thing that's I keep wondering when someone's not being reasonable, becoming equally unreasonable does not fix the situation, right? It's saying to me like there's a lot of that energy that it says like make sure that you're not in the space of teaching others lessons, but instead being the energetic like being the energetic lesson, like embodying that journey. Because there's something about that that I keep on hearing is that your ability of being unconditionally yourself, right? Like it's not the space I keep on hearing, like, and I feel like it's also like I would not be surprised if there isn't some feelings of audacity that are coming through right now in some of the work that you're doing um in relationality to healing. Because I almost see like I feel like you're starting to see unhealthy patterns in others. Like I feel like you're starting to recognize like and I need to point this out. Like I keep on hearing, everybody we all have we all have patterns, we all have cycles. But there are the cycles that are energetically sustaining to us. There are things that we like to encourage within ourselves because the cycles by which we find something that that fortifies us, right? It can often feel like we're refining and doing something in a way that propels us into a space that we're continually trying to learn and get better. But I feel like this is potentially creating a space in you where you're getting tired of others' excuses. Because I almost feel like there was some kind of experience in the past where another person didn't want to do something. And instead of not wanting to do it, like it almost, I keep on hearing that the song you will hear when someone is being negligent to you is why are you so angry all the time? The song you will hear when someone is being negligent to you is, why are you so angry all the time? Because typically we are not angry. But if we ask, right, if we are around someone that's energetically negligent, and we ask something over and 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 over again, and someone fails to meet our needs, it is reasonable. It is absolutely reasonable that that would bring anger up within us, right? Like it is the frustration that is expressed. But that's why we hear a lot of the message that comes through that says the song you will hear around negligent energy is, why are you so angry all the time? Because it's that ability of the energy that then is negligent. And then when you get angry about it, they try to tell you that the issue is not them. It's the reason that you carry so much anger, that your anger itself is by nature unreasonable. And so I feel like I see you building into that pathwork of discernment, right? Like you're not letting someone, I feel like you're no longer in the space where you're letting another person use your reasonable emotions against you, but you're observing whether they do and letting that kind of decide what it is that you're giving your time, effort, and energy to. So I feel like if you're continuing to do that work, continue to do so. Don't, like, your emotions. I keep on hearing, as long as your emotions are not a burden to someone that wants the same things as you, as long as you bring with them their prescriptions. It's not unreasonable to have an emotion, to have a need, so long as you tell another person what they could do to alleviate the emotion. But someone who is negligent will make you feel like you are crazy for having them in the first place. So I keep on, and that's why I keep on seeing, like, make sure you're not surrounding yourself with energy that is making you feel like it's unreasonable to have needs, right? Because when we address others and we tell them what our needs are and they fail to meet them in that space, we don't get upset. We take our business elsewhere, right? We just continue moving. Like, it's what I keep on saying. Like, you don't sit there. The only thing more, and like when you recognize that, you don't wait around for it. You just predicate upon it. And that what's difficult is often energy like that. They'll hear the sound of silence and they'll think they've won, but it's actually the sound of everyone giving up on them. And that's why I keep on seeing, your job should not be to have to teach lessons right now. You can be the energetic force of change. Recognize what's worth your time. Recognize what's worth your energy, particularly as it relates to navigating or working through some kind of conflict space with someone, because it does feel to me like someone who loves to argue with you. And energy that's captivated by us will love to argue with us because they come towards us with the desire for attention instead of intention. So make sure if someone's coming towards you in a way that feels weird or unreasonable, they're articulating what their intentions are. That's why I said, like, don't get pulled into argumentation zone with someone that's being unreasonable. Like, let them have it. You know what I mean? Like, let them have it. Like, if they want to, if they like, they can win that argument, right? They can win that, let them win that argument in their head, because it's like, I keep on seeing, like, it's, be like, okay, fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like you letting another person win an argument is literally what we mean with choosing your battles, right? Which is saying, like, it's not about feeling like you need to be victorious all the time. It's just recognizing what is worth your time, effort, and energy, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, there you go. The 5 of Wands. Your energy, when you know your energy is a gift, you pick your battles, which is to say, you don't let yourself get caught in silly conversations. You don't let yourself get caught up in ridiculous argumentation, because energy that has no intention except to have the presence of your energy will literally try to pick a fight just so they can experience your presence. Energy that is captivated by you without intention will literally pick a fight just so they can have the benefit of your presence. Your presence is a gift. It does not, and it's not about, like, it's not about someone. And, like, again, it's giving me like a little bit of that, like, hair, like, pigtail energy, right? When someone pulls your pigtail, you don't turn it around them and start yelling at them. You walk away and you keep walking, because it's not about the energy that goes, oh, isn't it sweet? Like they actually care. They have a hard time of communicating. No, it doesn't matter. Like how we treat each other is respective on what we give one another, right? This is why, like this is why to like the ability to art like, and again, if someone raises a volume, it shouldn't change what we give them, is what I keep on hearing. Like if someone says, like if someone gets louder, that shouldn't be that moment that they get more of us, they get less, is what I keep on hearing. So I just keep on seeing, and that's the thing about the Queen of Swords. I need to point out the Queen of Swords is not fighting. The Queen of Swords is discerning. She's holding that sword and she's going like this because she's saying, you know, I if you come towards me correct, that's fine. But the word is correct. And we don't teach others. It shouldn't be ours unless someone's little tiny person. We shouldn't have to teach someone what's correct. They should know. They should know. I keep on hearing you're no longer in the space of having to educate someone on what it means to be able to be respectful. It's just to respect, it's just to recognize whether they are or not. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Queen. And it says to me, like, honestly, like you can operate in the audacity, but that's why I said, like, let the audacity like propel you forward, like carry it with you. Don't give it to somebody. Don't give them a piece of your mind. They don't deserve, like if someone is coming towards you in a way that isn't correct, they don't deserve a piece of your mind, but they'll try to have it. Sometimes energy, they'll provocate just because they want a piece of your mind. And you say, I'm going to give them a piece of your mind. And what do they say? Yay. Hooray. They still like me. I can still get under their skin. Your energy is a precious gift. And make sure you're giving it to those that respect it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Queen. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are going to be moving into one card readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Bonjour, Andrel. How are you doing today? I have barbecue on the brain. Oh man, now I want barbecue. I said that the last time you did. I have 3 cards in that deck. Bear, hare, and salmon. Good to see you, Grace. I close my eyes and duck or goose. I love it. In the yard, yep. Love that. Thank you, Scorpio. When is audacity energy done? Well, we still got some planets in Aries, man. I have a feeling that we're taking this with us to the next life. No way, dude, I'm out. Even, yeah, energetic arguments. I hear this. I'd like to put it on my calendar. Okay, ladies, I zip it. Yes, I love this. No one wants to experience it in the left. If someone is picking fights just for fun, they better be ready for what they're going to get, which is nothing. We don't hear you better just because you're louder. Exactly. And there I was thinking we need to have some excitement in our next life. A little tiny person. Yes. That song, Where Do All the Men Find the Audacity? Listen, it's not based on gender, right? It's all we gotta we do our best, okay, all across the board. They all deserve is a wave from a distance. Exactly. Yes. Just smile and wave. Yes. Don't walk away, run. Yeah. That sounds good. I just thought of, oh, you guys are killing me with the food here. Hi, it's by Emily, called Audacity. Put it in the Discord. Those kinds of individuals need to be blocked. Yes. All right, we're going to get started on 1 cards now. Minnie, 1 card for the week ahead. Woo, look who came out again. Queen of Swords. Just hit those notes. Don't get too distracted. Get the list. Do your list now. Have your to-do list now. That way you can just get it, like, and I keep on hearing hard part first. Just get the harder part things done so you can enjoy the rest of the week. Yeah. Prioritize the list. Prioritize the list, right? I feel like you've got a big to-do list. Everything can be done in as it relates to prioritizing time, but make sure the list is prioritized, not just a list like what needs to be done first. Animal spirit guide for Minnie. Yeah, the seal, right? Focus on, I keep on hearing hard part first. What is the most like and I keep on seeing like you can reward yourself for getting things done. Like give yourself a little treat if there's something that you've been putting off doing, is what I keep on hearing. Figure out what that reward is going to be that you're going to give yourself. It'll help in some way, shape, or form. Ava, one card from my past life self, please. I love that. All right. And guys, make sure you're recharging your heart needs if you'd like an animal spirit guide card. You get to know, you figure out what's balanced for you, not other people. You don't have to listen to other people in relationality to what they think is best for you. You get to decide what balance means to you. Bottom of the deck, please. Oh, I got you, Ava. I see that you recharge your heart, me. Yeah, like again, whatever with unsolicited advice. You know, that never is the song louder when someone says, I'm just telling you what no one else will tell you. Nobody does, just them. When someone wants to bring change in us, they'll always try to say, I'm just telling you what other people won't. Animal spirit guide card for Ava. Yeah, fire dragon. Right? This is like I feel like there's something about somebody asking you to tone it down. You should dial it up. It's like when someone tells you to tone it down, dial it up is what I keep on hearing. That's your spiritual protection in action, is what I keep on seeing. One card for Kath. Highest priority, please. Continue to work on stability. This is some of that inner child healing I think we were talking about, right? Working on being vulnerable, but in a way that feels like I keep on hearing being vulnerable in ways that fortify. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, our vulnerability is a gift. We don't owe it to everyone. We build towards what is exceptional. I also am hearing you're not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice. You don't need to like articulate, explain yourself to another in relationality to like what you're like, how you feel is what I keep on getting. Yeah, with the hind, there's more of that work, right? My my vulnerability is a gift to those who have earned the right towards it, right? Like it doesn't require you to have to be like vulnerable to everyone. It's more about the discernment and recognizing if another person is in a space that allows you to be able to do that inner work, is what I keep on getting. All right. Hi, Ms. Weasley. Good to see you. One card on how they're feeling for Chrissy. I feel like I see someone trying to go through some massive transformations. You know? Like I just like I see someone like it feels like there's a lot of volatility around them. Um Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the judgment card and its reversal. I keep on hearing we can't change the past. We can only change the present. It's not about getting too focused or fixated on what we can't take back. It's about identifying what we can do in the present. It does feel like someone who like wishes they could go back to something, is what I keep on hearing. One card. Yeah, especially with the eagle. I keep on seeing like what they need to like the space that they have to articulate is what it is that they're trying to do differently, right? The ability to I keep on seeing like the ability to talk about what has changed or what they see, like what they want going forward. Um, Like I feel like I see someone that's like it's like it's like they have to let go of some hardness from the past. Like holding on to the past doesn't help us, it hinders us. But I keep on hearing but it's like allowing the past to become a lesson instead, like instead of something that they're trying to go back to, you know? One card for Bridget, highest priority, please. Woo, I love it. Got the world card. This is that barn energy I was talking to you about. Like this is actually the energy of the barn card because I feel like what we were talking about with the fact that you had that dream with the barn with the doors open, which is like how you're navigating relationship, which is you're not like rushing to look for it, you're welcoming it, and you've got that list of things to help discern when it comes towards you. Continuing to follow your bliss. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Hierophant, right? Like following your bliss, like doing all the things that one would do in partnership. Like I feel like this is you like I feel like this is you like dating yourself. This is you like going in the places that you would like see. It's like giving me it's interesting because I see you going in a space where you're not chasing after others, but you're chasing after the relationship you're looking for because you're going in all the spaces that you would expect to be in if you're in relationship, is what I keep on hearing. One card, please, for animal spirit guide for Bridget. Yeah, the hair, right? It's more of that. I know it sounds counterproductive. It's so funny because I keep on hearing they're saying, come find me by finding you. You understand? Come find me by finding you, which is saying following your bliss is leading you to the energetic connection that's for you. You leave on Saturday. Have a great trip, Minnie. That's amazing. You're so welcome, dear. One card for Little Vamp, please. Um, Consistency is key. Energy, I keep on hearing energy that's consistent is not going to demand trust. They're going to show you that trust can be earned. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially as it relates to you can't fake consistency. Give something time, right? You can't fake consistency. Make sure if someone's not being consistent with you, you don't have to explain why you're not giving them back something qualitatively. As long as you're communicating, I keep on hearing too, if you're communicating like what your needs are not too much for someone that can meet you there. Like I feel like there's somebody like make sure there's not somebody coming towards you being like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like you shouldn't have to explain what they are, is what I'm getting either. Animal spirit guide for Little Vamp, please. Yeah, Earth Dragon, right? Like, don't like make sure someone's not making you have to repeat yourself. Like it's giving me a lot of that, like we've been through this before kind of energy. So just recognize the difference between a productive conversation or not. Highest priority for Miss Weasley, please. Got two cards coming out. Um, don't be too hard on yourself, right? I want you writing down your victories right now. I want you recognizing how far you've come. I feel like there's a lot of this work that I feel like, identify what's productive. You're never late for your journey. Bottom of the deck, right? The best time to do something was in the past. The next best time to do it is right now. All right, thank you. One card, that dream for Ruby. One card for a dream, man. Such a challenge. I feel like there's something important. I feel like there's something about counterpart connection. And I think that you defined it. I think you said that there's something about that energy that feels like a good father. I feel like there's something about dreaming about that energy that's helping you identify what it feels like so that you can find it in the terrestrial space. Yeah, especially with the Page of Cups and its reversal, right? Not letting appearances, like often dreams show us energy to help us recognize our divine counterpart by feeling because it helps us move away from what looks like the ideal versus what feels like the ideal. All right. Thank you so much, Ruby. One card for Grace, not my best spirits today. I got you, dear. Make sure that you're identifying like again what feels like it will make you feel better. Right. And if you're articulating what's bothering you, make sure that you're articulating upon the solutions as well. Like I keep on hearing, your responsibility today is brightening your spirits, which is focusing, like, for every negative thought, I want you to like recalibrate it with a positive thought. Bottom of the deck. I know. There, it feels to me like working through a little bit of a funk energy. This sometimes can happen with the Cancer energy. So I keep on seeing, make sure that you're not just focusing on what you don't like, focusing on what you do. What can allow for that train? Like, I keep on hearing, alchemize the energy into something that feels productive and positive. And one card, animal spirit guide for grace today. Otter, right? Which is, again, like, I want you to writing down a list of things that make you feel better, so that you can keep them when you're feeling like this, to kind of get you out of your headspace, is what I see. Thank you. One card for Ella on divine counterpart. This is feeling like an energy of a counterpart is going to like want to rest with you, right? It's not going to feel like, I keep on hearing, it's not going to feel like go, go, go all the time. Like, this feels like someone that you can relax with, someone that you can enjoy. Like, it's saying to me, like, it's like being able to just enjoy the comfortability of being present together, right? Yeah, especially with this hangman energy. I feel like you're healing from something, someone making you feel like you were like a means to an end, right? Or some kind of energy that was like, you know, like, I feel like you're healing from someone that like was like, oh no, I need me time. But this is the thing. I feel like your relationship that you're coming towards is about the me time. It's not needing me time. It's a me time that you have together, not energy that says they need me time away, is what I keep on hearing. And one card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, the cow. What do you mean me? Like I keep on hearing, what do you mean me time? Like, me time should be us time, is what I keep on hearing. So you're like, no me time, us time. Thank you. And thank you for the heart me's. You're so welcome, Ava. One card for Bella, highest priority. Um, just continue forward right now. Staying, like, positivity is a riot. So continue to push back against something. Identify and continue to do that work. If like, again, allow for that, like, and allow for frustration to fuel you forward. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. Like, recognize, like, that's how we support each other. We don't let ourselves feel defeated. We allow our frustration to speak towards us by putting it in places and spaces we care about. Thank you so much, Bella. Nikki, highest priority for Nikki. I'm on today. Two cards. Um, Make sure that you're communicating how you're feeling. You know, you don't have to hold things back. I feel like this is, remember, when we're in relationality with someone that is there and present for us, we can articulate how we're feeling, so long as we bring our prescriptions. So make sure that you're like, make sure that you're articulating about things in ways that feel like they're productive, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, your emotions are not a burden, so long as you bring with them their prescription. But I feel like you're recovering from someone that made you feel like they were, and that takes a long time. All right. Yep, I got you. Your animal spirit guide card, Nikki, is the hare, which is like, often the ability to be able to start to talk about our feelings. It takes time, because every, like, this is how we heal intimacy wounds. Because every time we understand that we can communicate our feelings and another person doesn't see them as a problem to be solved, saying like, can I just vent to you, right? Like, giving someone the identification of saying, like, I don't need a solution, I just want to talk about something. That can sometimes help us to kind of release pressure. You're so welcome, Kath. V, one card, highest priority, please. Um, I feel like this is about you finding efficiencies, figuring out how to do something in an easier way. So let efficiency kind of fuel you as it relates to changes that you're making. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. If you have to make changes, be like, I've got some exciting news. Like, I got some exciting news to share. Like, being adaptable is a gift, because I keep on seeing, like, there's something about, like, I feel like you're getting the hang of something that's allowing you to figure out better ways in doing it. One card on how and when to meet my next partner. Queen. Go, like, take yourself out. I feel like you're going to meet them in the terrestrial. Go places on your own, right? I feel like there's something about you being somewhere or doing something that you love that is going to build a connection. Pursue your interests is what I hear. Yeah, you gotta pursue your interests right now. And I keep on hearing you gotta like expand your circle. Getting to know others is what I keep on seeing too. One card, animal spirit guide, the hawk. You got to extend your search, right? You got to get out of your comfort zone. I keep on seeing like something about you doing so, right? And I keep on hearing like almost like, again, it's almost like giving a little bit of like Bridget's reading too, like flying solo sometimes allows new energy to come towards us. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Never thought I'd say I love barn energy, but here we are. Kelly, one card, please. Can focus on what feels productive as it relates to partnership, which is not focusing on problems. I keep on hearing solution focused, not problem oriented. Bottom of the deck, the past is a library, not an armory, right? We don't let the past give excuses on what we're arriving to. We find reasons through it. Thank you so much, dear. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yudo drum, oh my gosh, that's weird. I don't know who that person is. I love that. Thank you, Miss Weasley. You're never late for your own journey. I have no idea anything else that happened. That's okay. I feel like the dream was about helping you connect with the feeling of that. One card for Ella on Divine Counterpart. It's someone who you can be an inner child with, someone you can have your inner child play. It feels very creative. Yeah, this is energy I feel like is going to help you feel because it's allowing you to be a child again. It's saying that there's nothing wrong about that, especially if you're healing from someone that was saying that you're too childish. Animal spirit guide for Ella. Yeah, the bull. I love that about you. That's not something I want to change. That's your best part of you. Play today. Sending you support right now, Grace. Spirit led for Lisa. Continue to find that you're building balance. And I feel like, again, remember, that takes time. I feel like you've come a long way. I don't want you focusing on how far you have to go. I want you to appreciate and welcome how far you've come. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially as it relates to Page of Pentacles. I feel like you're healing with someone that's showing you and reminding you of what feels like is something that you're carrying with you that's productive versus something that you need to let go of, some kind of unhealthy thought pattern or something that another person gave you because they didn't appreciate you enough. One card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, the horse, right? Like I feel like there's like energy about you coming into that space of being able to be your untamed self. But those who try to like often when we're in relationships where another person sees us and they want to like break us, they don't appreciate us in our natural energy. So I feel like there's something about that you're building into a connection that's helping you heal because they appreciate seeing you in that modality. The cow makes me laugh. I like the cow energy though. It's good. It's a cute cow though because it's got the shaggy hair, wide open. That described my cat as Divine Counterpart. The list is closed, Nikki, but if you want to get on tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Speaking of which, friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the daily collective read, we'll be back on tomorrow at 6 p.m. At 8 a.m. PST, 11 p.m. Eastern, our normal hours. If you would like to get on the list today for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Oh, Ruby, your animal card. Let me get you. I thought I gave you one, but it's the bee, right? Focus on what feels like it's productive right now. Focus on what brings harmony. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to subscriber only Discord channel, introduce off to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription. Our next class will be on Wednesday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. I look forward to potentially seeing you there. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for joining us for these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And thank you so much for my mods to all the help that you provide every day. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.